5:02.
There you go, sir. We're streaming.
Thank you very much. Everybody, this is the 5 o'clock regular meeting of the governing body for August 11th, attended virtually, starting for the record at 5:02 and calling the meeting to order. I'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Rivera, salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Cassett, and then an invocation from Councilor Lindell, following which we will have remembrances. So please rise and join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Grants us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Mayor, I'll turn it over to you for remembrances.
Thank you, Councilor. I think Councilwoman Villarreal has her hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few individuals that I want to acknowledge. I want to recognize the passing of our colleague and friend, former Santa Fe County Commissioner Ed Moreno. He passed away from a brain tumor on July 27th, and I feel like he's carried a legacy of extraordinary public service with the highest integrity and ethics. And I've always appreciated his calm and thoughtful demeanor. Those of you may have known that he immigrated to the US from Mexico as a child and began a career in journalism, moving to Santa Fe to actually work for the Santa Fe New Mexican. And I just wanted to recognize Ed's contributions. It will continue. And will continue to be felt by all of us, even with this heartbreaking passing. And I'd also like to recognize and send my love and prayers to the family of Larry Narvaez. I went to school with Mr. Narvaez's children. He was such a special man, super humble and supportive, a very loving dad, and just all around special person. Just wanted to say, vaya con Dios, Larry. And last but not least, we had talked about the passing of Dave McQuarrie, and I just wanted to recognize him because he was such a great advocate for the differently abled community in Santa Fe, and I've always appreciated his perspectives when he came to our meetings for petitions from the floor, and also his contributions to the city's Committee on Disability. And last, I just want to send prayers to our colleague, Rich Brown, who is currently in the hospital, as well as a friend of mine who's my age, who had a heart attack, Marcial Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Others, I see your hand, Councilor Vigil Koppler. You have the floor.
Thank you. I also want to extend my condolences to the family of Ed Moreno, and it's such a great loss. He was a great person. I enjoyed working with him as he served on the Solid Waste Management Authority, and he was a very good contributor, and extend special condolences to his wife, Janet. Many of you may know Janet worked with the city as the communication director. She was there when I was here. Wonderful person, and I know she's going to miss him terribly. I want to extend well wishes to Rich Brown. We had our Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting today and learned that he was in the hospital, so wish him all the success in recuperation. And lastly, I want to extend my condolences to Heather Nordquist on the passing of her husband, Terry. He fought a valiant fight with cancer. It was such a surprise because he was really beating it. And as a cancer survivor, I know how wonderful that can be. He had a wonderful sense of humor, such a great wit, even till the end. That's why it was so surprising. And he cared very deeply for many people, but especially held a great love in his heart for people who were homeless or downtrodden. Even in the end, he was making sack lunches and going to the shelters and distributing sack lunches to the homeless. And, Heather has always supported me in my public service career. And she and her mom, Stella, and her stepfather her father are just beside themselves. And I just want to wish them all the best in their grief and all my love. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Others who wish to remember someone? I'd add my thoughts about Ed. I had the great honor and pleasure of working with him on some affordable housing projects. That was one of his major commitments, to make sure that people who needed housing could get it. And he was a strong advocate and a compassionate leader in that field, among others. Of course, Rich Brown, we wish you a speedy and complete recovery. To our colleague, Manuel Gonzalez, who lost his nephew to a tragic automobile accident, we wish you and your family healing and condolence and thoughts of and prayers for a family that suffered a tragic loss and is part of the Santa Fe family of people who make our community better. Any other names to be added? If not, let's bow our heads, take a moment to remember the people we've just mentioned. Thank you, everybody. With that, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll for tonight's meeting?
Yes, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Betha,
Here.
Councilor Cassett,
Here.
Councilor Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell,
Here,
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Here,
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
I have Councilor Romero Worth as excused, so you do have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Yes, she is excused and should be marked as such. Before we approve the agenda, I'd like to note that I've been asked to remove item 11A from the discussion and action items for another time. So we will take that 11A off of the agenda for tonight. And with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
move to approve as amended.
Second.
I heard a motion from Councilor Vihel Coppler to approve the agenda as amended, and Councilor Lindell, I believe, seconded that. Can we call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Betha,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Agenda has been approved.
thank you. As amended. Can we see a show of hands of anyone who wants to remove something from the consent calendar? I see Councilor Cassett's hand first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove item H for a quick amendment.
Let me make a note so I don't miss that when it comes up. And I think Councilor Vihel Coppler, your hand is up.
thank you. I would like to also discuss item H and item G.
Okay. Are there other items to remove from consent at this time? Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. Item F.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay, if that's the some of the changes to the consent calendar, can we get a motion to approve consent as amended?
Move
Don't
to approve
move.
as amended.
I heard Counselor Vihel Coppler. Is there a second?
Second,
Counselor Lindell seconded the motion. Can I get a call of the roll, please?
Yes. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Consent agenda has been approved as amended.
thank you. Item 8 is approval of the minutes. If the clerk would note which minutes we're approving, and then we will take that up.
Yes, Mayor, these are for the approval of the governing body meeting on July 28th.
All right, are there changes to those minutes, or is there a motion to approve them?
move to approve.
Second.
Counselor Lindell moved to approve them, and I heard Counselor Vihel Coppler seconding it. Can we call the roll on that motion, please?
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
I'm going to abstain because I couldn't open the attachment.
All right. Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Minutes have been approved.
very good, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you now take us to item 9, presentations?
Yes. Item 9A is the COVID-19 update. City Manager Jarrell LePen-Hill is available for this item, as well as Kira Ochoa, our Community Health and Safety Director.
Of the governing body. We thought it would be prudent to take a second here now at presentations, to provide a brief update, a status report of where we are, what we're seeing with the new Delta variant, and just sort of level set with all of the different information that's out there right now. This will be, we'll spend about 10 minutes. And if you will indulge me, I have a video that I'd like to share. I think one of the things that we've all struggled with throughout the course of this perhaps seemingly never-ending pandemic is communicating and how to catch people where they are and address concerns that come up as the science is unfolding and evolving. There's a video that I'd like to show. It's not local. It's from LSU, but I thought that the way that they captured the changing information in a very crisp 3-minute video was really both instructive and also a good model, perhaps for us to think about and follow as we head into this next chapter of COVID and how we communicate with our employees, our constituents, understanding that everybody's in a different place with where they get their information and how they do it. So if you'll indulge me, I'm going to show this quick video, and then we'll turn to Kira for some additional local statistics and information, and then we'll have some time for additional conversation and Q&A. So with that, can you all see my screen? All right.
Everybody thinks it's not going to be me. I'm really healthy. It's just not going to be me. Unfortunately, the Delta variant has proved us wrong. This year's virus holds on more tightly, infects you more deeply, and is making you sick. Today, 11 children are in the hospital. We're healthy before they keep.
I can't hear anything. I don't know if it's just me.
Jarrell, I think there's a problem with the audio.
All right. Can you guys hear me talking?
Yes,
Okay.
you might want to restart it, see if the audio picks up.
All right.
I think you might be able to pick an option in under audio. There's something called music and professional audio. I'm not sure if that's what you might need to pick something that allows your computer audio to project through the screen.
Okay. Can you guys see my screen or me?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Deeply and is making young people sick. Today, 11 children are admitted to our children's hospital, children who were healthy before they.
Hear that?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to start at the beginning. Thank you. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We'll start over again. Here you go.
Everybody thinks it's not going to be me. I'm really healthy. It's just not going to be me. Unfortunately, the Delta variant has proved us wrong. This year's virus holds on more tightly, infects you more deeply, and is making young people sick. Today, 11 children are admitted to our children's hospital, children who were healthy before they came in the doors. We never saw that last year. Today, we have 10 20-year-olds admitted to the adult hospital, 2 of them on a breathing machine. We never saw that last year. That's you. Those are people who look and act just like you, and they were living their normal lives 2 weeks ago. This Delta variant is going to affect us all very differently. We all need protection for ourselves because more of our age group will become severely ill. And most importantly, because when you get vaccinated, you spread it less. And when you spread it less, you end the surge. Unvaccinated people are the reason for variants. Mutants occur because of uncontrolled spread. When you get vaccinated, not only are you healthier, but you decrease the spread. The only way to keep the next variant from coming out is vaccination, which decreases the spread of the virus. There are so many people have said that this vaccine's too new, that they don't want to take it because it got developed so quickly. It's really interesting as a scientist to hear that because nothing that we do is quick. We all gave each other high fives and couldn't believe the success of a person's lifetime of work with mRNA vaccines, ready just in time for the pandemic. When I think about preparing all those years with mRNA vaccines, which are 15 to 20 years in the making, and a person's lifetime of research just in time for this, I think about our team. I think about elite athletes who work their whole lives to get to the national championship and play the best game of their lives. And for those of us who are the average sports fan, we actually think that it was just that season's practice that got them there. Absolutely not. It was the first person who put a ball in their hand when they were 3 years old. They have been practicing and working every single day, not just that season. And that's what this COVID-19 vaccine is. We have been working for decades to make sure that when we had a pandemic, we took it out of our back pocket and we said, we're ready. We should be proud of this. We were ready. We should be proud of our athletes. They're ready. We should be proud of you. You have been waiting your entire life to contribute to your community. And today's the day. Get your vaccine.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city manager, thanks. I thought I would also follow that with just where we are in Santa Fe and New Mexico with Delta. Again, just a reminder that we are doing well in terms of our vaccination rates in Santa Fe County, which is a very good thing, especially as we saw from that video, because not only for our individual protection, but for the protection of our whole community, including children who are not eligible for vaccine. In Santa Fe, we are at 86% adults having at least one shot and having their series completed 76%. That's adults 18 and older. Department of Health has a lag time in terms of getting us data on the 12 to 18-year-olds and how many and what percentage of them are vaccinated. So we don't have equivalent data yet for you, but we have some raw numbers. In Santa Fe County, we have 3,709 fully vaccinated in that age group. And those are only the ones that have come through the Department of Health app. There are some others at clinics and things that count is not there yet, but I'll get you that data about what percentage of that age group that number represents as soon as we have that. We do have our weekly coordinating call with DOH, and the schools have joined that. We had that earlier today. So just sharing some relevant data from that meeting. The schools, the Santa Fe Public Schools shared that since last week, they've had 9 COVID cases among staff and students. And this is a guesstimate on the part of the participant from SFPS, but they're sending system-wide about 20 kids a day home because they have symptoms. Now, those of you who have kids in the school know that if your kid sniffles, they send them home. So, you know, that's something, and then they can't come back until they have a negative COVID test. I don't mean to minimize that at all when I say if your kids, you know, if they have a set of symptoms that resemble cold symptoms, allergy symptoms, or could be COVID symptoms, or even a stomach ache, they are sent home. So it doesn't mean that there are 20 cases a day in Santa Fe Public Schools by any means, but you know, it's just an indicator that there's a volume of kids that we need to keep an eye on in our school system. And speaking with Christus today, they currently have 8 adults in the COVID ward, and 1 was vaccinated and had underlying conditions. And all of the people in the hospital today have the Delta variant, 100%. And all of them who've come in since the COVID ward at Christus nearly closed and was down to 1 or 2 people a day, all of them, 100% of them have had the Delta variant. And then within the city, we've had since July 16th, 9 positive cases. And that does represent a surge for us, as you know, because during the summer, those numbers were very low. And I believe Director Salazar is on. I don't know if she's got that, but we can get that to you in terms of what kind of a surge that represents. A fair number of those folks self-reported to us that they had been vaccinated. 5 of those 9 were vaccinated cases. So when they're vaccinated, they're not as sick, but it's happening and they are capable, as you saw from the video, of spreading the virus. With that, that concludes our presentation and we can stand for questions.
Thank you both. Councillor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jarrell and Kira, for being here and presenting again. I did have a quick question about looking at hospitalizations, and I know that frequently if kids are hospitalized, they may be sent to Albuquerque. Are we getting any data on what that is looking like with children? How many children are being hospitalized with COVID? Getting some of that data from, I think it's UNM. I know that's one place where I know a child who was very young was in the ICU with COVID. So I would be interested in getting some information there as well.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Cassett, we don't have that data from UNM or from DOH yet on hospitalizations and the ages of those hospitalized. The DOH is still working on breaking that data down and it's not immediately accessible, but they're very interested in that question as well. And we continue to ask them about it. And I will certainly share any information I do get in those coordinating meetings by email. And then again, if we need to at council.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing the information about Santa Fe Public Schools. I know one thing that we've all been so concerned about is the disruption to our children's education and the children in our community. And that's just a reminder that it is a continued disruption. You know, when a kiddo has to go home because they are sick, those are days that they are missing schooling. And it's definitely concerning and just another reason for any of us who can get vaccinated to really mitigate this thing as much as possible. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm glad that SFPS has joined those coordinating calls.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Director Ochoa, for the presentation and the data. I think it's very helpful to be updated on those things regularly. As it relates to the Santa Fe Public Schools, what I would, I guess, want to extrapolate from the 20 kids a day having certain symptoms, whether they were COVID kind of symptoms or not, is how many kids they used to send home daily pre-COVID. Only because a lot of kids actually would get sent home when they were sick. And this time I'm just thinking now that I believe all the students have to wear masks, correct? So I guess what I'm wondering is how does that compare to pre-COVID times? I don't know if you have that data, but it would be interesting to compare it because it actually may be more back in the days when students were not wearing masks and they were actually not spreading as many germs, not necessarily COVID related. So I don't know who would know that, but maybe you could send that to me or just inquire to the public schools just to see the difference to compare. I think that would be helpful.
Absolutely, that's a great point. Very interesting, and the schools are very committed to kind of giving us meaningful data and a comparative data. So I'll bring that to the group and certainly share it.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Others at this time? Well, very good. I expect we will be hearing regularly as this continues to evolve and as the data are developed. It seems absolutely clear that, as that video said, that the Delta variant changes significantly what the challenge is in front of us, and that vaccinations, masks, the precautions we all know to take continue to be the best way we can protect ourselves and our families and the whole community. So thank you for bringing that forward to us. Very, very much appreciated. Madam Clerk, I believe we're now into the part of the consent calendar where we had a few items taken off. If you can read us those, the first one I believe is item F.
Correct. The first item is 10F. It's request for approval of fiscal year 22 police vehicle purchase request in the total amount of $1,155,371.32 for the vehicles, equipment, and labor costs associated with each vehicle. Deputy Chief of Police Ben Valdez is available for this item, and he just popped on screen. Hey, Ben.
Thank you. I think Councilor Rivera, you were the individual on the governing body who asked to address this. Do you want to take it forward or have Deputy Chief Valdez give an overview?
Chief Valdez, I just wanted to talk briefly about the vehicles that you're purchasing with regards to the electric vehicles. I think it's the electric vehicles. Can you talk about that briefly?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, so they're hybrid vehicles. They have both a gas and a hybrid engine. That's an electric engine that work together. The way that the power is generated is as the vehicle either idles, as it brakes, or as it rolls down a hill during travel, it generates energy that recharges a lithium battery that's on the vehicle. And through the use of that hybrid engine, it helps us with saving a significant amount of fuel cost, with fuel being about $3.07 a gallon here in Santa Fe. And, you know, it has potential to increase or stay where it's at. We're already seeing a lot of fuel savings with the vehicles we do have in our field that are hybrid, that are the same type, the Police Interceptor utility. Those vehicles are gaining approximately 20 miles per gallon, where other non-hybrid police utility vehicles are getting anywhere from 9 to 12 miles per gallon. So that's a big increase in fuel savings, and that equates to a cost savings for us as well. But it's also pursuit rated, and it is capable as a patrol vehicle to be utilized in the field in that manner.
Thanks, and my props to you and the department for going to those vehicles. I think it's very important, so I appreciate that. And then just the same question I asked you at quality of life, and just want the public to hear, but the vehicles behind you have the decals that are yellow and black versus what you described as the ghost decals, which are black on black. So I want to assure the public that the logos behind you, the decals behind you, the package that are going to be used on these new vehicles.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that's correct. So these vehicles will have the decal package. We have a couple of vehicles with the ghost graphics, which are subdued. You can see the decals once light is put onto it and it reflects back. With those vehicles, they were outfitted for a limited use, and that was for our DWI units to utilize. For us, kind of our mindset now is we want that high visibility vehicle. So when it's out doing traffic enforcement or traffic stops, we want people to know that it is a police vehicle, whether it has light giving off that reflection from that decal or not. We want them to know that it is clearly a vehicle and to be used as a deterrent. So we have about 3 to 4 of those vehicles currently with the ghost graphics, and they are on our schedule to be replaced, to be fully decaled in the same manner as the vehicles that you see on my background here.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions on this item? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I will move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Councillor Abeta, so the motion to approve came from Councillor Rivera for the record, and the second from Councillor Abeta. Discussion of the motion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chief Valdez. Madam Clerk, that takes us to G, which was taken from the consent calendar by Councillor Vihil Coppler.
Yes, item 10G is request for approval of amendment number 2 to professional services agreement in the amount of $150,000 to provide services to examine internal controls. So REDW LLC. And I'm not sure if Alexis is available for this item or Mary, our finance director, Mary McCoy, is available for this item.
I think I see Mary and Jackson, her assistant.
Assistant Jackson is also there.
So Councillor Vihil Coppler, you asked to have this taken from the consent calendar. You have the floor.
Thank you. First, let me start with the monetary amount. The way I read this, the original contract was for $112,233,000, and then we're amending, and I could be wrong, I stand corrected if I am. Then we're amending it tonight for $150,000. Is the grand total now $262,233?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, there was an amendment done for, I believe, a little over 97,000 as well, to bring that total up to about 350,000. This is a multi-year agreement, a multi-year contract that we have with REDW to serve as the internal auditor. This is one of the key findings from the McCard report that the city accepted back in 2018 to have the internal audit function performed by an independent third-party contractor. So the audit committee has been working very closely, and the members of the audit committee with the internal audit firm that was selected, which is REDW.
Okay, and do you have any idea how much, have we expended all of what we've allocated to this, except for what we will amend tonight?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I don't have that readily available, but I can provide you that information. The short answer is no, we have not expended everything.
Okay.
And one more point of information is 150,000 is what is currently approved in the current operating budget for this, and why that contract extension and the term extension through June 30th of 2022, why the city needs to do that at this point.
Okay, so I was looking through the original contract and the scope of work, and there's quite a bit of things here that they are to perform, including auditing leases, contract and vendor management, human resources, other internal audits as deemed necessary. Then we get into reliability and integrity of operating and financial information. If our systems are complying with the policies, plans, and tax regulations. Examine city resources and see if they're effective and efficient. Review operations and programs to see if they're being carried out and meeting objectives. And then progress reports, as you mentioned, to the audit committee. I think it's important to examine ourselves. But I also think it's important for the city council to be informed of how do we stand against all these measures? And we're being asked to approve $150,000 amendment tonight. And I can't recall any time where we've received any reporting on what the outcomes were as performed by this company. In fact, I feel a little bit left in the dark about how we're doing. We also have an audit that's late, and I don't know if this company is also giving their findings to our external audit committee. First, external auditor. First of all, let me ask, is that happening? Is there some communication between the two?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, the internal audit firm is aware of the findings that are published publicly, and they do understand the audit as it is presented publicly.
And as they have these, as they dig into the internal operating controls and such, is the staff following or correcting maybe mistakes or their way of operating within the city, within finance or other departments? Are they correcting ways of doing things as they go along, or are we waiting for a report, or where are we right now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, we have the external audit team does have a work plan and had a work plan for the years under engagement. They have presented their reports and their findings both to the audit committee as well as to the finance committee. And we have a member of the REDW team joining us today. Her name is Caitlin Gutierrez. She has been involved in several of the engagements that have been covered as well. So if there are any questions, Caitlin is available to answer questions. But each of the reports and the findings and the engagements that the internal audit team from REDW has been working on, they have been presented both to the audit committee and the finance committee, and the teams within the city, the internal teams from various different departments do work on the corrective action plan that's put forward.
Okay, where can I find copies of these reports? Reports that have been given to the audit committee, are those accessible somewhere?
Mayor, Councilor, yes, those are accessible. The most recent one, they would all be included in the agendas actually for the finance committee. Those are also publicly noticed and included in the agendas as any other items are. And they would also be included in the audit committee packets. I can go ahead and send the members of the governing body the material that has been presented.
Well, if I recall, last I saw on the website, there's a button called transparency. So would they be there so all the public could see what they are? And I could just
I can verify that. I'm not sure if they are located on that specific page of our city's website, but I can go ahead and research that and I'll get back to you.
Because I really don't want to go to all the agendas in the past. I guess this contract, I don't remember, did I see it was let out in 2019 or was it before that?
Correct. That was
a lot. there's been a lot of meetings since then, and I don't think I should have to go to every single agenda. And perhaps, and I'm not on finance committee, so I would like to see them for the public's view on our transparency button, because that is, after all, what transparency is for. But most importantly, I really want to see the state of the city and where we are, because we don't get, as a policy-making body, and even on this amendment tonight, we're being asked to approve $150,000 more dollars, and we don't know what we're getting for our money. Maybe those of you on finance committee know, but those of us who are not, we don't know. And obviously those reports aren't readily available. So how can I see these reports tomorrow?
Mayor, Councilor, I can go ahead and send you and the other members of the governing body these reports, and we can go ahead and add them to the more prominent webpage.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So while I have you here, I'm going to ask you, are we going to meet the August 30th audit deadline to the state auditor's office?
Mayor and Councilor Vihil Coppler, we do have regular meetings with our external auditors, which is different than the contract at hand today, which deals with our internal audit function. The external auditors at our last meeting did indicate that we are marching toward our August 31st timeline to submit the CAFR to the OSA by August 31st.
So is that a yes?
Mayor and Councilor, yes, there's significant work. Mayor and councilors, yes, there is significant work still to be done in the next 20 days, but we are on target and marching towards the submission date of August 31st of our CAFR to the OSA.
Okay, and when do you expect the exit audit conference for that to be scheduled? Sometime in September?
We will, that has not been scheduled yet, potentially yes, in September.
Okay, I would like to attend that. So could you put me on the notice requirement? Or your notice, however you notice that meeting?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, the exit conference, is that the request? That is an internal meeting. It is not a publicly noticed meeting.
Okay, I feel like I'm internal. I mean, I don't see any reason why I can't attend unless you want to state so.
City Attorney, did you want to weigh in on that, or you want to?
Mr. Mayor, I think we're off the topic on the agenda, which is the internal audit contract. Is that right? I'm not sure we have a motion on the table either.
Mr. Mayor, this isn't an executive session, and I'm just asking questions. In fact, I would maybe even like to know and how to be included in information on this contract as well. And so I can relinquish the floor, but I will bring this up again under governing body. And so you kind of have advance notice of what I'm going to ask on this. And I don't think it's out of line. I'm a governing body member. I'm a policy maker, and I do believe there's no reason why I could not attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
That is all.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to compliment REDW and the finance staff. Our last presentation of the internal audit of the Public Utilities Department was extremely thorough, a lot of detail, and highlighted a lot of issues, quite frankly, that we need to improve in the Utilities Department. And so I think this is something that is much more thorough, doing it this way with a contractor as opposed to what we read in the past with the McCarr report. And something else that Councilwoman Vihil Coppler mentioned was also talked about at the Finance Committee. I think the challenge now that we do have such a good internal auditor is going to be the follow through. And that's something that we discussed a lot at Finance Committee. Should we get quarterly reports or twice a year reports on the individual department, for example, in this case, utilities that just went through an internal audit to ensure that the findings that the internal auditors came up with are being addressed. And so I think this is money well spent. And I think that, like I said, if the other audits are as thorough as this one of utilities was, then hopefully it will result in much cleaner external audits. And so again, I just wanted to thank the staff and REDW because it was a thorough report that was done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Director McCoy, I know you're juggling Jackson while you're answering questions, but since we have had the McCard report referenced, I think it's useful to remind listeners and the governing body what that report was all about, because it predates some of the members of the governing body who are on the body now. And it really was quite a scathing analysis of a lack of this internal audit capability. And it's also important to remember, as Councillor Abeyta just suggested, what the purpose of an internal audit really is. It's not a gotcha effort. It is a self-assessment and an improvement tool. Audits are not pass-fail typically. They find things where we are acknowledging we need to make improvements, and we use that as a self-improvement, self-assessment tool, rather than an attempt to uncover something that looks like a glaring problem that we've tried to overlook. So I just think if we're on this topic for one more minute, since we're talking about the role and purpose and process of internal audits, I know you've been overseeing over the last 3.5 years a sequence of internal audits that have consistently attempted to address the most serious findings and the issues highlighted in the McCard report roughly 4 years ago. Maybe just, I don't want to make this an extended discourse, but it's worth, for the record, making it clear what the point of the exercise really is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we can really if we're able to boil it down to a few points, there was quite a significant risk assessment that was done with the McCard report. One of the major through lines of that report was using an antiquated system that didn't have the appropriate internal controls in place. And so with the support of the governing body, we were able to allocate funding to change our systems into the new Tyler Munis system. That has also been a blessing throughout the pandemic period, because we were able to work remotely as well as and ensure that the city had the internal controls necessary. So by the investment by this governing body and the upgrade of the system, we were able to address several of the different points in the McCard report that dealt with internal control issues related to the system. There were several areas in terms of policy, updating our cash handling policy, updating our procurement policy, that were also brought forward with and raised as issues in the McCard reports that the staff over, since the report was published, has been addressing. Training and hiring professional staff as well has been another one, not just in the finance department, but throughout the city departments. So just a few areas that highlight the tremendous amount of work that has been done to really bring the city up to best practices and standards, protecting internal controls and segregation of duties, as well as us being able to have the advantage of conducting remote operations through the pandemic, both in our financial system as well as our human resources system.
Thank you. Are there other questions at this time? If not, can I get a motion? Councillor Abeyta has moved to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Councillor Cassett, so we have a second from Councillor Cassett. For any further discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Councillor Rivera.
Yes.
Councillor Vihal Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Director McCoy. Could you, Madam Clerk, take us to item H? And I think what I'll do is go back to our prior practice of getting a motion on the floor before we get to discussion.
Perfect.
Super.
Let's get the motion, let's get the item read first.
Okay, item H is a resolution approving the design and installation plan for banners supporting the Food Depot's 10th annual Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive. Resolution is sponsored by Counselor Cassett and Counselor Lindell.
Now, can I get a motion?
Now I will move for approval.
Counselor Cassett moves
Second.
for approval and a second from Counselor Lindell, and now I will open the floor. And I believe Counselor Cassett, you had asked to speak to this and perhaps introduce an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to introduce a brief amendment that clarified who is responsible for the banners, and it is not specifically the Food Depot, but it is the Neighbor to Neighbor Drive, and it is a group of individuals who organized a drive for the Food Depot. So I just wanted to clarify that this is not directly the Food Depot, but rather the Neighbor to Neighbor Drive, who I believe that we are all familiar with, as we recently passed a resolution to support this effort. So just on page 2, line 16, there was a typo. So just striking that typo. And then on page 3, line 9, and on page 3, line 12, striking the Food Depot and inserting Neighbor to Neighbor Drive instead. And I would like to move the approval of that amendment.
Second.
I hear a motion to make that amendment and a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there discussion of the amendment as proposed? Councilor Vihel-Coppler, was your hand up?
It is, but I jumped the gun because I want to introduce my amendment. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take them one at a time then. Discussion of Councilor Cassett's amendment. If there's no discussion, can we call the roll on the amendment as proposed?
Yes, Counselor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Amendment has been approved.
Very good. And now I will pass it over to you, Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
Thank you. I did want to introduce an amendment to add Ron Shirley just before the Alto Park line, since we did rename that park recently. Thank you.
Motion made to insert Ron Shirley to correctly identify Alto Park by its new name, and a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there a discussion on that amendment? If not, could the clerk call the roll?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes, and thank you for catching that, Counselor.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Counselor Vihel-Coppler.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I saw the motion and
That's
just
okay.
assumed. Motion has been approved for the amendment.
Very good. So we now have a motion as amended. Is there discussion of the main motion as amended? If not, could the clerk call the roll on the main motion as amended?
Yes. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. If you could take us to item 11B, because 11A was taken off the agenda previously, and introduce that item under our new category 11. We're moving to discussion and action items.
Correct. Like 11B is approval of 2 easement agreements between Santa Fe County and the city of Santa Fe for permanent trail, open space, and flood control within a portion of the Richards Avenue extension right-of-way, and for photovoltaic facilities for Buckman Booster Station number 4. I believe Zoe Isaacson is available for this item, and I believe Carolyn Gross is also available. They are both up on Zoom.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, there was a motion to approve. Councilwoman Vera, was that you? I didn't catch it. Okay. Usually the square lights up and I was looking away. So Councilwoman Vera made the motion and it was seconded by Councilor Cassett. Is there discussion of this or questions of staff on this item? There are no hands going up. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on this motion?
Yes, Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you both for being here. Madam Clerk, item 11C then?
Yes, item 11C is request for approval of a budget amendment request in the amount of $2,990,000 to address critical road rehabilitation needs throughout the city of Santa Fe. And Mr. Mark Brooks is available for this item. He's our Streets Public Works Administrator.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I heard a motion to approve and a second. I think we've got some hands that are already up, so we will immediately go to Councilor Cassett, followed by Councilwoman Villarreal. And Mr. Brooks, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brooks. I was really pleased to see, based on some of our previous conversations, and you and Regina had told me that this was going to occur, but the inclusion of some of the residential streets. I specifically did want to call out Acequia Parado, which has been a street in my district that I've had numerous constituents request repaving for. So I was very excited when I saw this on the agenda. I did want to confirm real fast about the extent for the paving. It looks like when I look on the map and when I spoke with my constituent who has primarily been my contact for this issue, that there is an Acequia Parado in general, and then an Acequia Parado West. And I was curious, is it going to cover the entire loop or just part of that?
Mr. Brooks?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, we're just planning on doing Acequia Parado. We weren't planning on doing Acequia Parado West. It's separated by a roadway. And so we were going to do the one side because it is in the worst shape.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I assumed that the West is on that big list that you showed me during our meeting when we were talking about paving. Am I correct there?
Yes. As funds become available, we would continue to try to get to the west side.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And just for the rest of the governing body, I had a really, and for the public, I had a really informative meeting with Mr. Brooks and Regina to talk about paving and how it is prioritized, and really this discussion of how previous prioritization had really emphasized some of our larger streets, leaving the residential streets to be unfunded for a number of years. And I believe this started actually with John Romero, this idea of allocating some of the dollars to the residential streets as well, just to make sure that even though they don't quite get the volume, they're still getting that attention. So again, I really just wanted to thank the Public Works Department for that, as I know it's really been something that many of my constituents have mentioned. So thank you I appreciate it. Looking forward to getting that street paved and driving down it.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand, and then we'll go to Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. And this presentation or the packet material was very helpful, especially having the gas tax projects that were finalized. That was excellent. And I'm supportive of the summer pavement rehabilitation plan. The one question or a couple questions I had on the memo, it talks about future funding for capital projects. And I wanted to know if you could clarify for me how you're distinguishing these funds, because you're talking about capital funding allocations that will go towards bicentennial pool repairs and other critical facilities, parks and equipment needs. And that would be available from the 2021 GRT revenue. And then you talked about a GRT package, bond package that would be developed for funding in early 2022, as well as a GEO bond package that would be developed for voters in November 2022. So I'm just curious, the GRT bond package that's planned for early 2022, is that for road specific needs or just in general our capital improvement projects?
I believe Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, I believe those are for just the ones in general, not necessarily the roads. Public Works Director Wheeler, helped put together this memo and package, and I would have to clarify that, and then I could get back to you on it.
Yeah, that would be helpful, just because when you and I had an informal talk, it was really just to make sure, like looking at these different funding possibilities and what would happen first, what kind of projects would have priority. And just I wanted to distinguish the difference between that GRT bond package for early 2022 and then the GEO bond package that the voters would have to approve in November 2022, and what kind of projects, what kind of projects those would be covering specifically, we're thinking, and what out of those funding packages, what would specifically be going to roads.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Councilor Villarreal, for the question. It's kind of a large conversation, and I think we had this conversation in finance about a month ago, and it's what we're creating a context that this money that's being allocated right now is not the only capital funding that'll be available. Of course, we wanted to create sort of the bigger picture. I believe that we will be continuing to recommend large chunks of the GRT bond go to paving again. Probably, I would probably recommend in the zone of $5 million on a $20 to $30 million GRT bond. Of course, finance director and city manager and mayor will help us, create packages for, and I'll definitely be meeting with the counselors on that. But I think a significant portion will continue to be recommended for paving for a couple of reasons. One is that there is great need there. Two is that our gas tax bond won't be available for some time. Three is we have Mark Brooks, who does such fantastic work here. And while we have him, we should use him. And it allows us to get a lot of benefit to the community with little overhead from our staff, and our project management capacity is really well utilized that way. So I would say I'll definitely be recommending probably 5, maybe more than that in the GRT bond. The GEO bond might be more targeted towards things like perhaps a new main library, or if we were to undertake assessments for an aquatic center, or a one-stop shop city hall where we could consolidate facilities, save energy and money, and really serve the public better. I think more those kinds of things that are really public experience, but pavement could be a consideration for that. We have needs in fire and police. And so we're actually undertaking meetings with the departments now to get their input on their capital needs. And then as we put together these packages, we'll be incorporating that, as well as meeting with the counselors to put together each package. Pardon the long and winding answer.
No, that was helpful. Thank you. And as you had stated in the memo, we have $350 million backlog of road rehabilitation needs, and we all know that in each of our districts. As well as, I think the public should know there are a lot of roads that are in the poor category, and it's not just one or two, it's quite a few. So this will depend on like the prioritization, and I think that that would be helpful to understand, because being designated as a poor quality road doesn't mean that you'll be the first in line. There's actually a lot of other roads. And so I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing future funding to be able to try to tackle that $350 million backlog, because we have a lot of needs. And so I just want to understand the different funding sources, and that the public understands there's different ways that we could support that, and looking at paving opportunities once we get funding, and the voters also approve that if we decide to go that route. So thanks for the clarity, and I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I think Councilor Lindell, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Mr. Brooks, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you on some of these projects, and driving by and seeing the crew out there and stopping and having a little chat. I can't believe the amount of paving that we've gotten done in the last couple of years. You've just done terrific, and we're all really, really grateful to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I have a couple comments and questions. First, I think it's important for the members of the public to be able to see the lists that are provided in the packets, both the summer pavement rehabilitation plan, which approaches $3 million and is a significant investment. So that list needs to be easily and readily available for folks to see what's on that list. And secondarily, I also believe, as it was made, the point that was made earlier, the completion of the gas tax report, the final report, which documents the the exact $11 million of paving improvements that were spread all over the city, in every district, and in projects large and small. It's worth making sure everybody in our community can see that work. So there is a real appreciation for the efforts that have been made to remedy what has been referred to as a significant $350 million backlog of maintenance that has not been addressed over the years. We're chipping away at it. It might also be worth taking 1 minute. I don't know, Director Wheeler, if you have an update or not, but we are all watching eagerly the infrastructure bill in the Congress right now. Over $1 trillion. They're finally addressing infrastructure. We heard when President Trump was in office, there were weekly infrastructure weeks that never manifested themselves into a spending bill. There's now a bill in the House awaiting action. Is there I don't know if you've done any work to look at the ways we could access that, but since Councilwoman Villarreal was correctly looking for pots of money to speak to our backlog of unaddressed needs, could we anticipate finding assistance in the infrastructure bill? Director Wheeler, that may be a premature question, but if it is, we should put it on our list of things to pursue aggressively.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Yes, I've been sort of waiting for the dust to settle on that a little bit to really dig in and do the research. And so we'll definitely be watching it for the opportunity of, the many opportunities to invest in infrastructure in our community. And I'll do his research starting now.
Thank you very much. Councilor Lindell, is your hand back up? No, same hand. Very good. Any other questions on this item? If not, Madam Clerk.
Yep. Let's see here. Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Item has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brooks and Director Wheeler. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, item 11D is request approval of budget adjustment request bar in the amount of $750,000 to purchase a plow and sweeper to maintain Cerritos Road and St. Michael's Drive, for which the city assumed maintenance responsibilities in August of 2021. Mr. Tomas Martinez, our acting Streets Division Director, and Regina Wheeler, I believe, are both available for this item.
Thank you. Can I get a motion? I'm sorry, who was that?
That was me, Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm sorry, I did not see your square light up. Counselor Garcia moved for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Cassett has seconded it. Questions at this time? If there are no questions, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. Oh,
Counselor
sorry, I
Gar-
thought you didn't hear me.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, sorry, I was reading my little squares. I'm sorry. Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez, for being with us tonight. Appreciate you. Could you
Thank
then
you
take,
guys for supporting us.
thank you for all your hard work. Madam Clerk, item E then, please.
Yes, item 11E is request for approval of county partnership in the San Juan Chama River Return Flow Project. Jesse Roach, our Water Division Director, and I believe Marcos Martinez are available for this item.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on this item, please?
Move for approval.
Second.
Counselor Rivera moved to approve this item and Counselor Lindell has seconded it. Are there questions for Mr. Roach at this time or for Mr. Martinez? Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, hoping this partnership goes well, including the community outreach that be a priority. Just wanted to point out 2 typos on page 5. Abiquiu needs to be corrected, and then page 6. On item 6, the word participate needs a correction. And that's all.
Duly noted. Thank you for catching those. Other comments or questions on this item? I see no other hands. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes,
Mayor Weber, do
Counselor-
we get, sorry,
who-
do we get a motion to amend on the technical edits?
Oh, okay. I apologize. We're going to correct those typos and so on. Councilwoman Villarreal, could you make that in the form of a motion, please?
I move to make the technical, what are they, grammatical typo errors as stated.
Motion to amend the matter with the corrections as noted by Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Councilor Cassett seconded the motion. Could we call the roll on that amendment?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion to approve the grammatical errors has been approved.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the main motion, having caught those mistakes. Is there any discussion of the main motion as amended? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Behill Coupler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Casa,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Roach. Could you take us to the next item, please, Madam Clerk, which I believe is F on our agenda?
Correct. Item 11F is request for approval of budget adjustment resolution request, a bar in the amount of $136,059 for the Dawson Park project. And I believe Melissa McDonald, our interim Parks Division Director, is available for this item. I also see that our Director Regina Wheeler is on for this item.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Counselor Cassett moved to approve it. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Counselor Abeda's second. Counselor Cassett, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I do not have a question, but more of a comment. I'm sorry Melissa's not here because I really did want to recognize her and thank her for her work here. This has been, Councilor Beta can actually speak to how long there has been work on this park. It was a park that a constituent reached out to me, actually after I'd been elected, before I'd been sworn in. So probably within my first week of taking office that I met with the constituent working on this park. And I know it has been a long time coming, and with Melissa taking the helm in parks, progress started to be made very, very quickly. The playground equipment was just installed, I believe, last month. And so I really wanted to recognize Melissa in the work that she has done on moving this park forward. She also identified these dollars and quickly acted to get them and to utilize them and to spend them. And she's really doing a lot of improvements. This is still a park that we're working on. And Melissa has just been wonderful in her dedication and her work with this park that I know the constituents have really had a long time that they have been wanting this to come to fruition. So I really wanted to recognize her and thank her. She's not here today, but Regina, if you can pass that along to her, I would greatly appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other questions or comments on this item? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. I have Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Casa,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Behill Coupler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Director Wheeler, and I second the comments. Could you take us to the next item then, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 11G is consideration of a resolution extending the emergency proclamation declared by the mayor on August 9th, 2021 by 47 days, expiring at noon on September 27th, 2021, pursuant to section 20-1.3C SFCC 1987.
Can I get a motion, please?
Move to approve. Second.
I heard Counselor Lindell with the main motion and a second from Counselor Cassett. Are there questions on this item? Counselor Rivera, your hand is up, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to just make sure that we as counselors are the examples, I guess. So I've submitted my vaccination record to the HR division, and they have it on file. So I hope we all do the same. As I heard about this on Wednesday, I had many questions, and I spoke with HR Director Salazar, and she answered many of them. But as I continue to think this through, I continue to have more and more questions. So Ms. Salazar, if someone is exposed prior to this proclamation, they had to be quarantined for 14 days. So if someone is exposed and they get a test and it proves negative, will they be allowed to return to work immediately?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yes. And it also depends on the vaccination status. So we would refer back to our initial protocols for close contact, exposure, or symptoms.
So I'm not sure that you really answered. So if they're exposed and then they get a test that we mandate 2 days later and it's negative, they're allowed to come to work even though they haven't gone through the 14-day previous quarantine recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, it's going to depend on their vaccination status. So aside from the weekly testing as part of this order, if someone was exposed or feeling symptoms, we would revert back to our initial protocol for those purposes. So we wouldn't just wait for the weekly test, but if they were vaccinated, then they can come back to work if they tested negative.
Okay, and if they are, so how quick are test results returned?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I think it's going to depend on the testing site location. The feedback that we've been getting from employees and working with them through each of these cases, they're pretty rapid. We had one that was returned within a couple of hours. Some take 24 hours. So I think it's going to depend. I would anticipate that it might be taking a little bit longer as school is in session and probably more people are going to be tested. So we'll keep an eye on that and make modifications if we need to. But we will be keeping an eye on the time frame to get a result back.
So I assume if we send someone for results and maybe they do have symptoms, we send them for results or to get tested and it takes longer than 24 hours, are they required to come back to work or wait until the results are returned?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, if they are feeling symptoms and they're sick and they're testing because they were a close contact or they're sick, we are asking, they shouldn't be coming back to work.
So is that on the employer and us with regards to annual leave or sick leave?
So with our process, the way it's working is if if they would like to request administrative leave with pay, we advise them of that while we're working with them through the case. And it's a request according to policy, and the city manager can approve that accordingly.
So if it's not approved, it comes out of the employee's annual leave or sick leave?
Yes, we have not had a case where it's not been approved. I believe all of them have been approved.
Okay, if found positive or experience a high risk exposure, let's say, now you're notified by phone sometimes if you're exposed to somebody that has it. So maybe one of our people at public utilities is exposed to somebody, a customer that comes in, and they have to test and they test positive. Before last year, we were providing hotel accommodations for people so they wouldn't have to go back to their family. They did contract COVID while on duty and it was verified. How is that different, or how will that change now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, HR was not part of the initiative to secure hotel rooms. I don't know if Kira was involved, Director Ochoa, but I don't have the answer to that.
Well, that was part of the Families First CARES Act, so I don't know if there's any money still in there. It looks like Erin has her hand up.
Madam City Attorney, do you have some information? And by the way, I think I would apologize to everybody. We probably should have had City Attorney give us the highlights of this order, but let's complete what Councilor Rivera is asking and then come back to the City Attorney to touch on the major points in this new order. But to the question being asked now about hotel accommodations and family assistance.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I think one of the major differences that's
is that Aaron frozen? Yeah, Aaron, you're frozen. You may have to go out and come back in because right now we've lost you. Kira, can you pick up while we wait to see if the City Attorney can come back in?
Here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was able to hear, so sorry about that. But so there's been a big change.
I think there's a technical difficulty with the City Attorney's connection. Kira, do you want to step in?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I can't speak to that particular act and what it allows and doesn't allow. But I think one of the main differences is the availability of vaccination now. And so the differences that we're seeing in terms of accommodating folks that are getting sick and are unvaccinated are quite stark. So I don't know that our offices never handled directly those accommodations. I believe that the state was making some of those rooms available to first responders and others that had contracted COVID in the field and wanted to quarantine. The Midtown campus and shelter was available to them as well if they needed it. But in terms of funds for that, I'm not aware of any currently available.
Yeah, I just received a text from the City Attorney. She was talking about the same point that Ms. Ochoa made about the availability of vaccinations changing some of the provisions.
Ms. Salazar had something as well, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, the Families First Act has actually expired, and that did not call for hotel accommodations. I think that was more of an initiative of our city team trying to put together some resources for our employees. But even though the act has expired, we've essentially maintained the same benefits throughout the course of the pandemic.
So we have some employees that are always at higher risk than others, those that have direct access to the public. Police and fire probably are higher risk than some of the other employees. So if they're exposed as part of their normal duty, are we then sending them back potentially to their family to spread the COVID, the variant? I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at is, are we making accommodations for our own employees to be safe and their families be safe during that time? Since we're mandating testing and we mandate that they come to work.
Madam City Attorney, do you want to clarify how the order currently reads and what our incentives or requirements are?
Mayor Weber, I will try. I hope this is working now. But I would just say that the CDC recommendations for vaccinated persons who have been exposed is not quarantine anymore. So I think that's a major difference that needs to be recognized. It's for masking after that in indoor spaces. So it is different now than it was previously in terms of CDC recommendations. So it is a recommendation of testing, it is a recommendation of masking, but there is not a recommendation of quarantine for vaccinated persons because they're so much less likely to contract, even though they can now. But yes, the major changes in the order are one, that we're following the CDC's guidance regarding masking in indoor places for the city facilities. And that means when there's a substantial or high risk of transmission in Santa Fe County, which right now we're at substantial, and we moved into substantial within it was around the end of July, that employees and public would be required to wear masks in the city facilities, not just in publicly accessible spaces, but in all spaces other than private enclosed spaces. If we do go down back to moderate, which is where we were immediately prior to the substantial level, then we would be back to the masking only in the publicly accessible spaces for everyone, and then in non-publicly accessible spaces, unvaccinated employees would still be required to wear facial coverings, whereas vaccinated employees would have the choice to do so. And then the other major change is the requirement to either disclose.
Unfortunately,
Tests.
we lost you for a second there, City Attorney.
Okay. On which sentence? I didn't realize.
The other would be to disclose.
Okay, to disclose vaccination status or to turn in weekly testing results.
So the mayor had mentioned when he told me about this that we were going to have video testing. How does that work? And are the results as fast as going into a certain place?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I think you're probably referring to the vaults testing that's either at home or at work. And I've taken a few of those myself. What you do is you sign into a Zoom. It's very quick. Then there's someone who witnesses you taking the test, and you read off the number on your test tube, you spit into the test tube, and then you put it into a UPS package. And those results are pretty quick. I don't know, I haven't taken one in the last couple months since I've been vaccinated, but beforehand they were quite fast.
All right, she froze again. So I don't know if Bern or Miss Ochoa can answer this question, but again, we have, I think, the answer if exposed people are vaccinated or not, but I assume we still have a number of those that have chosen not to vaccinate for various reasons. If they submit to a test and it's positive and they can track it back to an exposure they had at work, what are we doing to protect those employees and their families? And I haven't really gotten an answer if we're putting them up somewhere, keeping them away from their families for a certain amount of time, which is what we did previously.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, so we are continuing with the contact tracing. So when we have a close contact or a positive case, we spend anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes with the employee, talking about, where have they been last and how does it impact other employees in the workplace. So we are continuing with that process. As far as securing lodging for them or hotel accommodations, HR has not been doing that. We are ensuring that if people are close contacts and they're not vaccinated, that we're complying with the quarantining process, or of course, if someone is sick or tests positive, but HR has not been securing accommodations at hotels for employees at this time.
So we had a few last year where fire department employees were put up at the, I can't remember the Inn of the Governors, I think it was. They were put up there for until the time that they were through with their 14-day quarantine. Is that not available any longer?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that was a program that I believe the Drury had also participated in, and hotel rooms were offered by hotels free of charge because they were working in collaboration and to support the first responders who did not at that time have access to the vaccine. Now that people have access to the vaccine, I don't believe those hotels are offering the same accommodation.
I think the other thing to add to that answer, because I was in touch with some of the hotel management, they were closed for the most part to the public. So their rooms were empty and they were trying to find useful ways to contribute to community well-being. at a time when they had been closed to the public because of the rapid outbreak of COVID and the lack of any vaccination option. And we'll see what happens. If we get back to the point where there's a general order from the governor or the state to say we have to return to those closures, that would then make the hotels potentially interested in helping us. But they were doing it largely as a response to having been closed for business. And so they had empty rooms and staff who wanted to come in and do work but stay at a distance. They were delivering meals to a door but not doing interaction. People were very, there was a lot of gratitude to our first responders for stepping into those dangerous situations. And there was hotels that were empty. So it was a match of a problem to a solution provided generously by the hotel operators.
I appreciate that. I still have a hard time with having our employees exposed at work, testing positive, and then basically saying, "Good luck. We'll see you when you're through with the process, and I hope it all goes well. Hope your family's safe. Good luck." The other thing is, Director Salazar mentioned that we have 80 hours of administrative leave that I think is approved by the city managers, what she said, but I know we have several employees, and I'll speak specifically about fire because that's what I know. But I know they don't work the typical 40 hours a week. So you have some employees that have 96 hours in a 2-week period. You have some that work as much as 128, and then a whole different group that work 112. So how is that handled with administrative leave in the 14 days?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera.
Excuse me, and Councilor Rivera, I'm sorry to interrupt. Does someone have their mic on? I'm hearing a lot of other chatter while people are talking. If people could be sure to mute, please, if you're not on the microphone.
Thank you, Councilor. Director Salazar, back to you about the leave policies.
Yes, so Councilor Rivera, for the firefighters who work the 48-96 schedule, we monitor them closely to ensure that they have enough time, but typically the number of days off that they have in between their tours of duty will carry them through the time frame. And if not, we work very closely with the city manager to ensure they have adequate time and their time is paid. So we monitor case by case, and I don't believe that people have had to go on leave without pay or utilize their own leave if they've tested positive.
All right, I just want to make sure for those employees that maybe work 128 hours in a 2-week period that they're covered under administrative leave, even though that's typically for 80 hours in 2 weeks. So we do have employees, and I'm sure fire aren't the only ones that have a unique schedule. So just want to make sure they're covered for their 14-day period if that's what it requires. And from what I'm hearing, that's correct, right?
Yes.
All right. As you know, I continue to read this and look at it, I continue to have more and more questions. This is a difficult thing, and like I said, since I heard about it on Monday, it seems I get some questions answered and then 10 more pop up. So I just want to, again, just make sure, because I heard from some fire employees that they were being forced to use some of their own leave to cover those hours past the 80, but I'm glad you clarified that for us. So I appreciate that. I think that's all I have, Mayor, for now.
Thank you, Councilor. And I think your point is well taken. We're going to continue to have questions. It's going to be an ongoing process of trying to encourage people to get vaccinated, because that is the best defense, and then adapt as we go. Erin, were you gonna, she froze again. Back to you, Councilor Garcia. Your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just got a couple quick questions or clarification. So this current order is only for 47 days, so it would only pertain to employees for 47 days, should it? And then it potentially might be in a future proclamation. Am I understanding the process correctly?
Madam City Attorney, are you unfrozen? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. So if the council approves the resolution tonight, it will extend the proclamation for 47 days. If the council did not extend it, it would lapse in 3 days from Monday, which would be tomorrow. And additional orders can be issued pursuant to the proclamation, or a new proclamation can be issued if needed. But this would extend, the resolution is to extend the proclamation to make the orders possible for the next 47 days, which would bring us to September, I believe, 27th, which allows us to issue a new proclamation if we need to on that date, and then the council could extend it on the 29th at a regular meeting. And the reason we've been doing kind of funny numbers of days is so we don't have to call a special meeting. We can obviously do that if needed, but I think we're trying to avoid that for folks.
Okay, thank you so much. So just for clarification, I mean, it's only for 47 days in the sense that, and I think we can all agree that there will be a forthcoming proclamation because the pandemic's not going to end in 47 days. And so should this stipulation be included, we don't know yet, but right now, and the reason why I'm asking is so the employees know that for the next 47 days, you have to adhere to this, and then we'll determine in roughly 40 days what the future might look like. My next question is, because I didn't see it in the city manager's guidance, is how are we going to track the testing for employees that have not submitted their vaccination? Or additionally, how are you going to track the submission of their COVID vaccinations?
Director Salazar, you're going to be tracking that, I assume, so maybe you could answer some of these questions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you. So we've been receiving vaccination cards from several employees, and we are establishing the list and determining which ones will be required to do the weekly testing. So once those two lists are established, we will monitor the weekly listing and provide information to the department directors in the event that any employee has not complied with the order of the weekly testing.
Okay, and so I think one thing that, are we breaking any HIPAA laws by including the department directors in this? I mean, I think this is all medical information, and if an individual wants it confidential in regards to whether they're vaccinated or not, including the department directors, is that a violation?
Madam City Attorney, you may know the HIPAA laws as well as the HR director.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we're considering this confidential medical information, but it's not being collected in the context of us being a covered entity, because it's not being collected either in a provision of healthcare context or in our insurance provider context, which are the two areas under which the city is covered by HIPAA laws as a covered entity. So HIPAA does not apply, but there is a state statute that allows us to keep medical information confidential. So from like an IPRA request, we are able to keep it confidential, but HIPAA does not apply.
Okay, so I guess that to me is, again, I don't understand how it doesn't apply if there can be disciplinary action against an employee for not providing either set of documentation, whether it be a vaccination record or a test record, because that is the guidance that I recall. I don't remember it didn't say further actions, but I mean, obviously, I think we can all assume that that means some type of disciplinary action. And I think that we need to also clearly lay that out. What does that look like? Does that mean you're suspended? Does that mean you're given a warning? Does that mean or is that already established? I guess that's a question for the city manager because she provided that guidance. What is the protocol when somebody doesn't comply with submitting, whether it's vaccination records or test results?
Maybe we could first take the question about does or does not HIPAA change if there is disciplinary action contemplated. I think that was the counselor's first question, and then what would be the nature of the follow-up, which is the second question.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. So HIPAA does not apply in this context because it only applies to covered entities. The city is only a covered entity in its context as a healthcare provider. So the fire department is HIPAA covered. And then in relation to our insurance coverage, the city's role as an insurance provider. So we certainly don't discipline anyone for anything we do related to their insurance. And we don't discipline anyone in relation to any healthcare they receive from the city. So this is entirely outside the context of HIPAA. This is related to the safety of our employees. So this is more like a safety regulation or a safety protocol for our employees. It's not about provision of medical care. It's not about provision of insurance coverage.
City manager, did you want to speak to what the what may or may not have been contemplated at this point regarding incentives or some conceivable follow-up for people who don't comply with the order as written?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia. I think if I can, I'd like to step back a second and acknowledge to Councilor Rivera's point, how complex and complicated this is. And we are out there in front. We're following the leads of a lot of, you're seeing a lot of other municipalities step in and say, this is, a needle to thread. It's really complex, it's complicated. But if we encourage vaccinations and if folks do not want to get vaccinated, they test weekly, that we are doing our part to ensure that our employees are safe. So that being said, implementing it is a big challenge, right? There's a lot of steps to it. We are working on a guidance document that should be ready to go tomorrow morning to employees to provide a lot of these details. How do we test? What's the time frame? How is this all going to work? We've been working very closely with the state, who's about a week ahead of us on some of this implementation. Obviously, their structure is much different. But to your specific question around the discipline, any discipline we do follows our standard HR discipline process. So it's a stepped process. But by this order, this is a condition of our employment. So it fits into that step. It's not a separate process. It fits into our standard discipline. So Director Salazar, would you like to add anything to that answer?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it would be similar to an employee who did not comply with the mask requirement. We've had it in the past. And so we start with a warning, and if it continues, it escalates up. So it's a progressive in nature.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Salazar and City Manager. I really appreciate it. And I agree, this is complicated. And I think that's why we need to, as Councilor Rivera said, we need to lay out all the process and rules and understand what we're agreeing to in this process. I mean, I completely agree that and encourage all of our employees to get vaccinated, but we also need to fully understand what's the process should somebody not want to comply with that. And in some senses, we're building the plane as we're flying, which could be dangerous in some senses. I want to make sure that we're supporting our employees as well as keeping our community safe. And I don't know, I've got more questions, but I want to wrap my head around how to, I guess, ask them. So with that, I'll go ahead and yield the floor for the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I guess Councilor Lindell, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have current numbers on what our percentage of employees that are vaccinated is?
Director Salazar, do you know?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, we are working as we speak, logging all the cards that we're receiving and notification of vaccinations as we speak. But some are still trickling in, and we will continue to accept them even after today. And then those employees would not have to continue with the weekly testing, but we will have those counts. It'll be an ongoing process as people continue to get vaccinated and maybe complete the second round. But we will have a set of data probably by tomorrow afternoon with all the ones that we've received today.
Well, I appreciate that. I'd like to know where we are with that. I'm going to talk about the elephant in the middle of the room here. And that is, let's get vaccinated. Let's encourage people that we work around to get vaccinated. That we know that that is our way out of this. Seeing our employees come down with this variant is heartbreaking. And I mean, this is debated every day in the news. We don't need to debate it forever here, but I would beg people, please get vaccinated. So many of these questions that we're asking right now, and that we're, as Councilor Garcia says, we're trying to build this plane while we're flying it. It would sure make things a lot simpler and a lot safer. I'll be curious what our number is of percentage of employees vaccinated. And if you work near someone that isn't vaccinated, I hope you'll ask them to get vaccinated for your safety and for your family's safety. We want this for our entire workforce to be safe. I do not want to lose a member of our city family to this variant. That would be heartbreaking for us. So that's the elephant in the middle of the room, and it's a big debate all over the country, but I feel compelled that I have to say it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, in regards to that, City Manager LaPenhill had her hand up, I think, when City Councilor Lindell asked about the percentages of people. So I wanted to hear what she had to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Apologies. City Manager, did you have an additional comment on the level of vaccination among our city workers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera. I did just want to clarify that prior to Monday, we didn't know, we didn't ask, and we didn't have any of that information. So so as of today, and then the information tomorrow will be the first actual data we have on the status of our vaccination rates within the city of Santa Fe employment. So I just wanted to, that's all I was going to add. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vihil-Coppler, you and then Councilor Cassett have your hands up.
Thank you. This may have been covered, but I might have missed it. We're requiring those unvaccinated employees to get a weekly test. Who bears the cost for that, since it will be employer mandated?
Director Salazar or City Manager LaPenhill, whoever has that at their fingertips.
I'll take a start. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil-Coppler, there are a number of free testing options that are available, so there will be no cost to the employee. The vault test that has been mentioned before, the state program, and a number of others, there is no cost. So,
so will they be required to use their own time off to go test, or how will this work?
Thank you. And with that, I will turn it to Director Salazar to answer that specific question.
Director Salazar, what's the protocol for getting tested?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil-Coppler, employees will have the opportunity to get tested while on city administrative leave. They will be required to get advanced approval from their supervisor to ensure operations aren't negatively affected.
Okay, and then I want to go back to the free testing. Many people go get freely tested, but they do have to present an insurance card. is this a no insurance card required event?
Director Salazar or City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Hill Coppler, I believe that some testing sites do request an insurance card. If someone doesn't have one, they continue the test with no cost associated. If they do request a card, I'm not even sure that the insurance is billed, so I don't know what the reason is for collecting the card, but we have looked at some of these cases internally, and our city insurance was not billed, even if the person was asked to submit their insurance card.
I ask these questions because I talked to a group of employees very recently who were concerned about the cost that to them for even if they had to present their insurance, because you do use up with some insurances. I know you use up certain free things that you get, and after which then you have to pay for your portion of that deductible. So the question was asked also, why, if this is going to be mandated, has the city considered bringing testing facilities to the employer's property?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Hill Coppler, I'd like to clarify that with our current insurance plan, we have no deductibles. So yeah, that would not apply. And we have discussed the option of bringing on-site testing, and that's something that will continue to be discussed and evolved as we gather our listing of employees who will require the weekly testing. So that is definitely something that we will continue to look at.
Well, I think it's important because this is an employer mandated matter that the employer bear the brunt of making it happen. Not all employees, like myself, even I'm not necessarily an employee, but I don't partake of the city's insurance. I know other employees sometimes are on their significant other or spouse's insurance, which isn't the same. So I'm not sure that a blanket answer of, the city's insurance doesn't have a deductible, because that's not necessarily what our employees all take who may be in this non-vaccinated area. So my interest would be to make sure that we have minimum impact on the employees' property rights and that we not affect them financially, that we provide ease of testing. It also helps the city because the employee, if the facilities are close by or on city property, there's less time away from work to do that. So there's many things, and I clearly think it's important not to create extra problems, extra employee issues out of this. And so if we can brainstorm and think about all the ways that this would affect an employee and take steps to be proactive and minimize any negative impact on an employee's well-being or property rights, we will make it a lot more smooth program and transition to fully vaccinated workforce, maybe. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Cassett, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to briefly follow up on Councillor Hill Coppler's questioning, I just want to confirm testing is still free across the board, correct? Regardless, these are still the orders that I believe is this a state or a federal order that testing is free across the board? Maybe Aaron knows that.
City Attorney, do we know about if whether there's order or simply there is availability of free testing?
Mayor Weber, Councillor Cassett, I'll look at the orders right now. I think there was an order. There's the vault test is free, and I think that was through an agreement, a specific agreement with the state. And I don't know if there's also a federal aspect to it, but I think you're right that there was a state order on that. I will look at that now. But at least the vault testing was through a state level agreement for all New Mexico residents, regardless of insurance status. So they do ask for an insurance card when you register, but it's not required. So you don't need one in order to register.
Okay, wonderful.
I've had it's about 7 or 8 tests myself throughout this pandemic, and I have gone to all different places and I have not been charged by any of them. So CVS, the state of New Mexico, the vault testing, 0 charges.
Christus, I just had to take my kiddo to one of those after our COVID scared his daycare. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of availability. And the vault testing I think is really interesting and you know, something that I also think the public should be aware of. You order it, it gets sent to your home, you take it at home, and then do you have to deliver it to a UPS or can you actually pop it in your mailbox?
UPS.
UPS. Okay. So you do have to deliver it to a UPS drop off location. All right. But that's something that if people are not aware of, it is a pretty handy way to get tested with minimal time that you really have to take for yourself, except for that delivery. And that is something interesting. I don't know, Bern, maybe you would be the person that we could talk to if we're doing vault testing, if we might be able to order some to work sites, and then we could take charge of dropping them off at UPS. That might be another way to, again, mitigate the time impact on employees who choose not to disclose vaccination status and are opting for the weekly testing. You know, I want to bring up kind of the complexity that we have spoken about with this. And one of the hard things about the pandemic, and we often think about, you know, the individual of, you know, the having to get tested, having to get vaccinated, and the individual who's taking that action. And part of the conversation that I sometimes feel like we forget to discuss is that there is a cost to individuals who have been responsible when other individuals are not. And that is part of this conversation, that as we think about how do we, you know, be fair to our employees, there's also this component of if somebody is coming in, if they're choosing not to get vaccinated, if they're kind of not wearing masks as regularly, especially with Delta, as we are seeing that it is impacting individuals who are vaccinated. And given that they are, you know, it's less severe for individuals who are vaccinated, the vaccine is working in that sense, but they might have unvaccinated children at home or somebody who cannot receive the vaccination because of some type of medical exemption. And so as we really think about this complexity, there is that other component that, you know, if there are individuals who are choosing not to get vaccinated, who are not going to want to test, that it does put other people in danger. And that is one of the hardest parts about, you know, this pandemic and about communicative diseases, is that it's not just your actions impacting you. There really is this aspect that your actions impact other people. And it does make it more complicated, because as we are talking about these factors of individuals and, you know, not wanting to make it easier for them and wanting to make sure that we are fair and everybody's options to choose how they dictate their own healthcare and what they would like to be doing there. I just don't think that part can be understated enough, that this really is a community piece, that everything that you do impacts the community. I believe that I have said that multiple times throughout the pandemic, that the risk you choose for yourself is the risk that you are choosing for our entire city. And especially at this point where there is this unequal risk for individuals who are not vaccinated and individuals that are. And it just makes this conversation all the more complex. I echo Councillor Lindell's sentiments that we need to get vaccinated. This is how we get out of this thing. We will be in this roller coaster. There will be more variants if we do not get vaccinated. That is something that you hear you know, the individuals who are studying this, who epidemiologists and medical professionals, that, you know, there will be more variants, and the concern of what variant is going to learn how to thwart our vaccines. Fortunately, the mRNA vaccines are a pretty incredible piece of science, but I just cannot urge people to get vaccinated enough. If you are eligible, if you can safely get vaccinated, or there are individuals who have medical exemptions, we do need to protect them. I'm sure there are individuals at the city who would have medical exemptions. I want to make sure we are protecting them. Our kids are not vaccinated yet. If they are under 12, vaccinate or test. that's where we are. I mean, we are a year and however many months into this, and that is really where we are. And it is hard, and it has been hard, and it will continue to be hard. And the best thing we can do is get vaccinated. And if we can't get vaccinated, we have to do our best to mitigate this. So I am very glad that we are moving forward with this. I am very much in support that we are we're taking this step, and I know that it is complicated when it comes to operationalizing it and all of the different scenarios. And I really want to thank everybody and the thought processes that have been going into this, and recognize that it's probably going to change again. 3 weeks ago, we were, just getting ready to roll out everything back in person. And here we are back on Zoom. This will change again. And so I think that if we think this is the last time that we're going to have this conversation, or the last time that we are going to have to make adjustments to these policies, we would be fooling ourselves, and we would not have learned any lessons from the past year and a half. So I just want to recognize how hard this is for everybody, how challenging it is to figure these things out. And I appreciate you guys continuing to think about them. I know that you will be coming with tweaks and updates and changes, and I look forward to hearing about those and how we continue to make this better. There will absolutely be things that we are getting not quite correct today that we will learn lessons from, and in 2 weeks you will be coming to us telling us things that we've learned and how we fix those lessons. And so I think that we as the governing body all should be prepared for that it's not necessarily that we did something wrong, but we will continue to learn, and it will continue to change as this pandemic continues to take us on a roller coaster that we can't see the track. So thank you again. I'm really glad that we are moving forward with this. I think it is crucial to protect our staff, the families, the city staff, city families, and then the community as a whole. It really is important that we set the example here. And as Councilor Rivera said, I also did send in my vaccination card today. Thank you for that reminder email. I really appreciated it. And so if anybody has not done that, please do so. And I would be eager to hear what those numbers look like at the city itself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Cassett, and thank you for that very eloquent statement about the situation we find ourselves in. As the video at the beginning of the evening demonstrated, we are in a very serious, new, uncharted circumstance. The Delta variant changed everything, and it requires us to change our practices as well. It is excruciatingly painful to see people get sick, to see our employees get sick, to see their work lives, their family lives jeopardized. And so the point of this order is to adapt to new circumstances as best we can. We know that the goal is to keep our people safe, to keep our community as a whole safe, and to safeguard all the progress we've made over the last year and a half at considerable personal cost. People have lost loved ones, they've lost jobs, they've lost their livelihoods. We made great strides, and now the Delta variant has made that much more risky. We have the airplane that Councilor Garcia was talking about. We have an airplane to ride. It's called vaccinations. And the more people who get vaccinated, the better our ride will be. We've seen around the country where others have adopted this kind of an order, a surge in vaccinations. People do respond. They do the right thing. They know it's the right thing to do. And we want to encourage everybody to stay safe through vaccinations, through masks, and through testing. Those are our key tools to fight the Delta variant. This process is going to evolve, as Councilor Cassett said. We'll continue to work on ways to make the testing available, to get the delivery, if possible, of the kits quickly, to get the responses back rapidly. In the meantime, this order is our effort to lead in this community by demonstrating our commitment as a city to do the right thing for the people who work for us and the people with whom they interact as they deliver the services to our people in the community. Councilor Rivera, your hand's back up. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, the longer we go on, the more questions I have. But This is I think a personal story, I guess, and I think I've shared it with some of you. But Ms. Salazar, are there times where we may send somebody to Christus for a test?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I'm not sure what you mean. Can you elaborate on your question?
For a COVID test. So my daughter went to the outpatient clinic at Physicians Plaza, and they said she needed a referral. So the test might be free, but if you need a referral, you have to go see a physician, which requires then your copay and then insurance payment to see a provider. So if they're requiring a referral, that's going to create those kind of sidestep payments that I think people aren't aware of.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I have not heard of anyone needing a referral, but certainly if that's the case, we will definitely work with the employee, the provider, because that should not be the case. Unless there's some other medical condition surrounding it, but for a sheer vaccination, COVID testing, that should not be the case.
Yeah, if we can just if we can confirm that, that would be great, because this happened a week ago.
But Counselor, part of your question, I could be mistaken, but we're actually not sending anybody anywhere. Our policy is we will help you find the most convenient and free way to get tested if you need a test. But I don't believe we're in the practice of actively referring people to any particular location for a test. And that may be the difference now.
But I think employees think that testing is free, and I think that's what we're telling them. So if they decide to go to Christus for their test and they're required to have a referral prior, the only one that can give them a referral is a primary care doctor or an urgent care doctor, which then would cost a copay and a payment to see a doctor.
Councillor Cassett, your hand is up. Do you have a remedy to this problem or a solution or an answer?
Well, I just do have some additional information, and yes, it is correct. Christus does require a referral, and I've found that it has differentiated based on the doctor. For example, my doctor, when I had to get a referral, I had to do a video, a telemedicine appointment. I believe I was charged my copay. For my son, they just sent it on over and did not charge a copay. So there does seem to be some changes between different providers and whether or not they are charging a copay for the COVID referral. That said, there are a number of places that you can go for free. So for example, CVS, you can pop in, DOH, you can pop in the Volt test. But I think that does bring up a very good point, Councilor Rivera, that it would be handy as you guys are creating the handbook and the guidance of potentially providing some of this information and collecting the information on where those testing sites are. In fact, this would probably be a great resource in general for the city to create and pop on the city website for the public. I have had a hard time navigating DOH's page on where you can get testing and all of the information about that. So I think Councilor Rivera brings up a really great point that some of the testing sites have different requirements and different turnaround times. And there are places you can choose to pay $250 and get your results in 15 minutes and then bill your insurance yourself. So there is a lot of differentiation that might be really helpful. So I agree with Councilor Rivera that that's important information that we get to both employees as well as the community as a whole would really benefit from that.
Thank you, Councilor Cassett. Good suggestion. And Director Ochoa, your hand is up. Did you want to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to emphasize with Councilor Cassett that there are many free options that are literally free, but as Councilor Rivera points out, not all of them are if there's a referral required. This was the topic of discussion in today's DOH coordination meeting, and the need to communicate clearly as we are going to be more entities are going to be requiring or needing testing. So we are working together on a shared communication strategy made up of the county, the city, the healthcare providers, the schools, and Department of Health. And we're talking about having a digestible, sort of even like a YouTube weekly informational also on some of the data that's coming out. But in terms of resources for testing, some of you may have seen the curative testing van that's in West San Francisco at the Plaza across from La Fonda. That's absolutely free. Department of Health offices are absolutely free. And we're, as Director Salazar said, we're working with Curative to add another day. This is a DOH funded project for both the employees of the city as well as the general public, and we're looking at possibly offering this on Midtown campus. So we are committed to clear communication on this, and this is a plane that's being built as we fly also in terms of the communication.
Thank you. And Mr. Choi, you have a number of employees, a number of departments under you that you can't just let somebody leave the work site to go get tested without putting maybe an area of the city in without services for a short time. Are they going to be allowed? The vault testing seems to me to be the best way, but if they're required to get tested and they can't do the vault testing, are we giving them administrative leave to go to a free site and get tested for the time they have to leave?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yes. And Director Salazar can clarify how much and how that works, especially for the public safety folks.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yes, we are going to allow for administrative leave for this purpose. We're hoping that we can minimize the impact to operations. As you mentioned, there's several departments that have minimum staffing levels. So the vault testing might be the best option. So supervisors will be working closely with the employees to have these tests completed in a way that will impact operations the least.
Thank you. We better end this or I'll have 10 more questions in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councilor. We appreciate it. I think it's very helpful to get these questions out there. Councilor Lindell, your hand is up. You have the floor. Your hand is not up. Okay. Further questions or comments at this time? If not, we have a motion on the floor. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero.
She's not here tonight.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I, for some reason, didn't have it marked out on this roll call. Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you to all the input from Director Salazar and Ochoa and the answers. These are questions people need answers to, and an FAQ and an ongoing effort to respond, provide more information will make this part of the ways in which we emphasize the seriousness of this undertaking.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor.
Can I make a motion that we amend the agenda to go directly to petitions from the floor and then come back where we left off in the afternoon session?
Second.
Okay, there's we have actually only item H left under this 11, Councilor. Do you think we could dispose of that quickly or up? We have a motion, we have a second. Motion to go directly to petitions from the floor and then come back and pick up after that. There's a motion, there's a second. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, who was the second on that item?
That was Councilwoman Villarreal.
Perfect, thank you. Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. So with
Motion has been approved. Oh, sorry, Mayor, go.
with no further ado, then, Madam Clerk, if you could take us to, because we are at 7:21 rather than 7 o'clock, we'll go directly to petitions from the floor, and you can admit people as their hands go up, and offer 2 minutes to anyone who wishes to speak.
All right. Anyone wishing to speak for petitions from the floor, if you could please raise your hand.
And please do be reminded there are some public hearings tonight, so we would take that testimony separately from petitions from the floor.
Just one more call. If anybody would like to speak from petitions from the floor, you could raise your hand. Mayor, at this time, there are no individuals who would like to speak for petitions from the floor.
Okay, thank you for that acknowledgement, and we'll come back to anyone who is in the attendee room who wishes to testify on a public hearing when that time comes. So in accordance with Councilor Rivera's motion, we now resume where we were, Madam Clerk, which I believe is 11H.
Correct. Item 11H is request to publish notice of public hearing on September 9th, 2021. Consideration of bill number 2021-18, an ordinance removing section 20-6 relating to marijuana and marijuana paraphernalia possession. This item, Mayor Weber, Kyle Hibner are both available if necessary.
Can we get a motion? This is a request to publish.
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Second.
Councilor Cassett made the motion to approve and Councilor Garcia seconded. Is there any discussion of the motion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is item 12A. It's a Midtown Planning and Development biweekly report given by the Office of Economic Development Department. We actually have Sam Burnett available for this item, as well as Daniel Hernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Burnett, will you be with our thoughts going out to Mr. Brown? Will you be the main presenter tonight, or leading it at least?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, no, I am here to give a brief introduction and to turn it over to Mr. Hernandez. And with that, Mr. Mayor and councilors, this evening, Daniel will be giving the bi-weekly update on the progress at Midtown Santa Fe. I believe tonight's presentation will be focused on action items that the Midtown team is currently working on moving forward. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hernandez to provide that presentation, and both he and I will be here afterwards to answer any questions you may have. I am not familiar with how this works, so Madam Clerk, are you prepared to give the slideshow, or is that something that I should be doing?
Mr. Burnett, I do not have the slideshow.
Perfect.
So normally
if I can share my screen, I believe I can do that on my end.
Yes, you do have that option on your end, so it is enabled.
Thank you. And with that,
Am I
you all should be able to see the presentation, and I will turn it over to Mr. Hernandez.
Am I seeing Mr. Hernandez in our group? I don't see him in our group.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Madam Clerk, I do believe Daniel is in Zoom. Maybe he needs to be elevated to a panelist.
No, he actually was added to the panelist list. However, I'm wondering if he lost connection, because I'm not seeing him in the panelist or in the attendee room at this time.
I saw a note up above that when we went to public comment that he had left the room. So I don't know if he thought that was going to be a while.
Right.
I just tried to phone and got sent to voicemail. Let me try again.
My apologies.
Yeah, I think Councilor Rivera read the signs correctly. I think Mr. Hernandez anticipated a lengthy period of public comment, and he's now rejoining us. Councilor Lindell, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Could you be the chair for a minute while I step out?
Certainly. We're just waiting for Daniel.
Correct. And then he'll go through this presentation when he rejoins the room.
Okay. Although I don't have control of the screen.
No, that's handled by others. You just are going to be the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could go back to not being on a screen share for a minute, because we aren't going anywhere right now. Would the governing body be interested in taking a 10-minute break? I can't see everybody yet.
Yes, please.
Yes.
That sounds, oh, Daniel just popped on.
Okay, people would like to have a break anyway, so let's go ahead and have a 10-minute break. Daniel, if you will stay put, it's 7:30 right now. We will reconvene at 7:40. Okay?
Mayor Weber, I think you might have missed it, but Mayor Pro Tem Lindell called for a 10-minute break. The meeting will reconvene at 7:40.
Okay, she used her power as the chair to do that. Good for her.
Yes,
I like gave out candy.
Thank you, Counselor. That was very thoughtful of you. Let's see, Madam Clerk, how well are we back represented? We've got 1, 2, 3. Well, when cameras aren't on, it's hard to know who's, there we go. Is the city attorney with us? Yes, I believe so. There we go. Counselor Vihil Coppler, are you with us? I think we are waiting for Counselor Vihil Coppler to join us, and then we'll pick up with Mr. Hernandez. There we go. Now we're all here. City attorney, city clerk, city manager, and all the members of the governing body save Councilor Romero-Worth, who is excused. Mr. Hernandez, you have the floor for the presentation on Midtown, a information-only update.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, city councilors. This is a progress report that I present every month. And since we were not on at the end of last month, I'm going to sort of combine the progress report and the presentation. And the presentation really deals with what we did in July at the planning sessions that were held at the convention center, and a site walk that we did on Wednesday evening, and later that evening, another workshop at Midtown at the Driscoll Fitness Center. So I'll walk through some of the big items that came out of the July session, but I'm going to frame them in the context that these aren't necessarily new. They just rose to the top, and they're action items that we're going to move forward. So Sam will be working the slide presentation. Sam's my partner this evening since Rich is not available. And so he and I will be working together to present the progress report. Sam, you can go to the next slide, please. So these are the action items. And if you look at them, these 9 action items, this is where we were in March of 2021. And I want to continue presenting these because these still will be driving the planning team and the city forward on what we're calling the initial development work that needs to happen. And as I've used before, horizontal development, meaning things we're doing at the surface or below of the land so that people can build or rehab above the land. So these are the things we're all working on diligently, but many of them surfaced as priorities based on the planning questions we got asked from the public, but as well as in order for us to create a development plan and the land use plan that we want to present in concept form in October. The next slide. Again, I want to continue presenting the slides so that the public who has not maybe seen these slides for the first time, and to remind the city council that these are big goals that were set in 2018 that came out of the Midtown planning guidelines. We know the types of development people want to see. You see their long-term development goals. We know that the city and the city council, the governing body, is very interested in, if we invest, what are we getting back? Are revenues going to increase to pay for operating costs? And will land values increase so that we're able to pay our bond back and actually generate income to the city from the sale and disposition of land, leasing of land, and also from future projected GRT. Final is what the community, what the public has said is their development goals. They want to make sure that there is there's a public process in the way that plans are formed and decisions are made, and also that the development plan itself represents high ranks in sustainability and equity, and that the plan itself includes public space to indicate to the public that this is a public project with public spaces for gathering and community services. So these are big goals that will continue to drive the planning process. Next slide. So questions came up at the planning sessions that we call them the listening sessions because we weren't making decisions, we're just getting information and building on the information that we've heard before. People said, so is this all new? Do you guys remember that we've been doing this for a while? And the response was, we know that there's a vision statement. We know that there was a vision that was created. And it's actually not just in the 2018, the link process actually began to describe the relationship of that corridor, those corridors, to the Midtown site, the Midtown property itself. So we reminded people about what it is that we were looking at and the information that we've had, and that we're building on that and moving it forward so that we aren't starting from scratch. There's a lot of information that we have from community organizations as well as these public forums that were held over the past several years. Next slide. So I put this slide in because, again, all these slide presentations are made available to the public. I want to make sure that the public is aware of what that vision says. And it basically is, a vision is aspirational, but it drives decision in ways that will, that I don't know if everyone understands. I mean, we are not creating, for example, and I use this as an example a lot, we're not creating a big box commercial district with a parking lot in front. We know that people want a place that attracts, all of Santa Feans. It's a place that's dynamic and that has a lot of public purpose to it. So I want to make sure that this is also always at the forefront when we talk about where we're going and what we're planning toward. Next slide. So again, what we want to do and where we're heading now is between now and September, we'll be developing a lot of the ideas that were generated and or really confirmed from previous efforts. And we're going to take a lot of this work to the governing body as a presentation in a conceptual form to ask the governing body, is this represents what we heard, and ask for approvals to move forward with a development plan and a zoning plan. This is a major turning point in the development of Midtown, and that October meeting is critical, and all the activities we do between now and then are really important to make sure that these action items move forward. So what are these action items? One, we heard a lot that Fulkerson Library is really important. We want to see it as an ongoing public resource. We want to see it as a public library. We want to define what a public library is into the future. We want to think of it as an innovation center. Another one is, yes, we need the parcelization of the land so we can begin disposing of the land over time. But we want to make sure that the early projects that go out address issues around housing affordability. So clearly, and that's part of the way that we're planning these early phases. So part of the way that we're looking at infrastructure is to be able to support those early phases of the project to build out these affordable and mixed income housing projects. Next slide. We also heard from just people randomly would say, we had heard that City Hall might go to Midtown. Is that something that's on the table still? I hate the idea. I love the idea. We want to be able to analyze those ideas and bring those options to workshops in September and throughout October. So we also heard, we don't want to necessarily think of a city hall as what you're trying to build there. Maybe it's a city government and community services. What would it be like to actually have a city hall that rehabs some of the existing buildings and incorporates childcare into it, or a senior center, or other things that draw the community to the site? Because what people don't want to see is a dead city hall in the evening and on the weekends. They want to see a building that actually is part of the community. And so what types of community services might be compatible with government services so that the building is used much more than for the bureaucracy of government? And I use the term bureaucracy in a positive framework there, but all the things that government does. And so, but that is possibly reusing some of the existing buildings, or and doing it in a way that actually, bumps up, really thinks about modern design of those existing structures, because they have to be gutted out anyway, a lot of the dorm buildings. The second option is, yes, city owns property surrounding the Midtown property itself. What would it be like to have a city hall or this government services building adjacent to the Midtown property, but connected to it so that it's part of the overall thinking of the Midtown district? So these are options that we'll be examining, analyzing, not decisions, but we will bring a decision to you about moving forward with some of these options in October. Next slide. Also, during the time that we were having these listening sessions with the mayor, we convened a series of meetings, but one particular meeting was important because we began talking in earnest about the way that the Garza Studios would be redeveloped and expanded.
Daniel, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I think that the slides are off. I think we're one slide behind what you're actually talking about. So we can move forward. There we go. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, Sam, I forgot to say move forward. We're on number 4. So we met with the state planning office, the local planning offices, and the chair of the film commission to talk about ways that we would begin marketing the site. Again, this is not a disposition strategy, it's a marketing strategy to start getting interest from people who may want to operate and develop and expand the existing Garza Studios. We know there's a lot of interest. That was confirmed in that conversation. So basically, we're putting together what they asked, the state office asked if we put together like a 2-pager with the land that we're proposing and the buildings we're proposing on that land. They can begin talking to some of the people who come to them looking for sites, and so that they can begin, and we can begin engaging. What are the potential? What is the potential? What's the interest in expanding and expanding the operations of Garza Studios? And then the last one is number 5, which was the visual arts complex. Again, when you look back at those goals, arts and culture, community arts and culture specifically, was a driver for the way that we want to think, plan, program Midtown. So one of the iconic places within the Midtown property is, of course, the visual arts complex, and to create a hub. There's a lot of examples around the country where there's the way that you might think about mixed income. There's also the mixed tenancy of hubs of arts and culture, so that you have different people paying different rates to make it affordable for community arts to sustain and thrive there. So we'll be looking at, after the approvals process in October, to issuing an RFP to identify a partner who will think about the rejuvenization of the visual arts complex. And of course, there are a lot of due diligence activities that have to happen there. So that will be part of the way that we entertain proposals and engage a partner for the future of the visual arts complex. Next slide, Sam. So those are the development proposals, but it doesn't stop there. So there's a lot of work going on, and it can be very damaging at moments, but it's an exciting moment because we're working hard towards those October dates. One is that we're also looking at ways to incentivize zoning and financial tools. One is to look and analyze whether the metropolitan redevelopment area is appropriate for the Midtown site. And when I say the Midtown site, I mean the Midtown district, meaning not just the property itself, but the district as a whole that includes the link, so that we look at that whole area and what types of tools can we begin implementing on top of the existing zoning, incentivized zoning that's there, but other development tools that, for example, Albuquerque is using, but that we still are not using and could. The other thing is that we are working to identify through these discussions, and the work that we're doing with the Design and Planning Assistance Center is identifying community properties. I know a lot of you as counselors are interested in, well, okay, we get a little bit about the development, but what about things like affordability, access to jobs, prioritizing Santa Feans into those jobs as commercial activity begins to expand on the site. So a lot of that work is we're looking at policies that other cities have used in redevelopment projects like this, but we're also listening into what are the priorities that are local. Again, what we may want to do is figure out ways of incentivizing that kind of development. For example, as we get out these mixed use affordable housing projects, could we think about the commercial space at the ground level being a childcare center or an early ed center? And what types of partnerships should developers be coming to the table with, so that we begin building those kinds of projects that address a broader range, not only affordable housing, but the hurdles that prevent people from getting jobs, like affordable childcare. Then finally, we are also making a commitment to using the USGBC, the United States Green Building Council's LEED program for neighborhood development, LEED standing for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. For now, we'll use it as a guide. We'll go through it to find out what points we can get as we design the property. And we want to make sure it's a priority, of course, water retention and water detention systems, management systems, which was a huge topic while we were meeting in July. But that will drive a lot of the decisions in the way that we physically plan the infrastructure and the development of the site. Then the last slide is, Sam, the next slide. This is what we're working toward, the planning sessions, the workshops in September. And I put creating there because this is when we actually start creating. We'll come to the September workshops with some scenarios that people can begin massaging. And we're planning on hosting them in other parts of the city. So for example, we've begun discussions with a public library. So of course, they're very interested in Fulton libraries. So they're very gracious in saying, yes, absolutely use the Southside Library. We're also talking to the Higher Ed Center about using it so that we can come back to Midtown for Friday workshops and Saturday workshops. And we're working on we actually drafted just today, we drafted some of the agendas for those days, and I'll be circulating those soon. But so everyone's working hard to getting that. We're also talking about other ways. For example, if we cannot meet in person in September, what are the other venues or strategies, avenues for people to be involved? And so we're thinking on two levels. One, sort of the usual, like we're doing tonight, an electronic web-based interface, but we're also thinking of what are low thresholds that we can do, a package that someone can receive in the mail that has all the planning tools that they can do. I'm joking, of course, but around their dining room table with their family, or a card game night with their friends in their neighborhood, or their neighborhood association night, and actually put a map out, put the site plan out, and there'll be a series of questions that they can all kind of gather around and talk about, fold it up and send it back to us. And this Opticos, our urban design team, did in Austin. I did it when I was at the Presidio. We had published it in the local newspaper, and people could actually take out the centerfold and work on this thing at home. So we were trying to lower the threshold for people accessing the engagement if we were able to meet in person and didn't want to come, or if we actually cannot meet in person, and this would be an alternative. So all the materials that we're creating are thinking at those various levels to be responsive and flexible to whatever happens in the near future. And that's the progress report for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Do you want to, unless people want to go back through some of the slides, maybe take those down and we'll resume the other view. And we've got a series of hands that are already up, starting with Councilor Garcia, and then we'll go to Councilor Cassett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Daniel, for the update. I really appreciate it. I had attended, I think, what did you have, 4 sessions or 5 sessions during in July? I was able to attend 2 of them.
Okay.
And I really enjoyed the conversation that folks had. But unfortunately, I did walk away and feel like they were just biting at the tip, because the way that the meetings were facilitated, one person spoke, and I recall one meeting, a person spoke for 5-10 minutes, next person 5-10 minutes, and by the time it kind of went around, we were out of time. And I don't think we had the opportunity to hear from everybody that took time out of their day to go and provide their input. And with that being said, they were only able to answer one question. So hopefully the process will be refined a bit different in the future, because I think being able to only get information on one question, not necessarily sufficient data. The demographics, I'm not going to lie, I walked away very, very concerned with the demographics that showed up. I think between both sessions, and I'm just going to average it between both sessions, I attended it late afternoon and one right before lunch. I think there was maybe 2, if 3 people that were under 50. That's not necessarily the demographics of our city. There was not many folks that work a normal 9-to-5 working job. It was folks that had the flexibility because they probably were retired, or I don't know what other flexibilities would allow them to attend, but there wasn't a demographic makeup of the city by any means. And so I walked away very concerned with that, and how that info would be then pushed as the priority, so to speak, the priorities of the group, the priorities of this first kind of dialogue session. So I guess with that being said, what was the process being used to determine what floated to the top? Because besides a note taker writing down what people said, I couldn't, as a person who's evaluated in the past and collected data, it's not really a sufficient way to say, well, this is what rose to the top, without having that concrete evidence. And so I guess maybe that's a question. What was the evaluation tool used to determine what floated and rose to the top, so to speak?
It's a great question, Councillor. I think it was a combination of a lot of things. We are, public engagement is one element of creating a strategy for redevelopment. You talk to developers, where's the market, what's financing that's available. It's a lot of things that come to play when kind of making decisions. But I think the 5 things that we put together have just never been contested. The thing that needs analysis, admittedly, is the City Hall issue. But these were stuff that we just kept on hearing, whether in my conversations at coffee, lunch, dinner with community members in their living room. I mean, I just don't interact with people at these sessions. I do know people in Santa Fe and go to their houses and go to parties and listen, because of course they know I'm working on Midtown and they grab me and talk to me. So none of these were things that I have ever heard contested. And that's why we felt like, let's just get these moving forward. We got to get something moving in order for people to sort of respond to movement at Midtown, including the market, but also that people are like, well, good, that's great. Their first projects are creating jobs. Good. Affordable housing, right on. Public library, a public resource, great. And community arts, sending the message that community arts and culture is a backbone of the way that the future of Midtown will be. These were uncontested in every sort of forum. So there are other things that are contested. Is all the site of park, or there's several small parks, one big park. So those things we need to flesh out, but these were not contested.
Okay, but with that being said, how were you able to get, the data from the groups? Because, like I said, I attended two sessions. I think maybe the second session they got into question number 2, but definitely the first one, they didn't pass the question of, there was a map that was available for folks. There was color-coded buildings, and it determined what buildings would they like to stay. And that was the conversation. That was the driver. There wasn't much else unless it was organic from somebody. So that was the driving question to the group. And to have all that other organic information, I think is a bit unfair, because others weren't prompted, so to speak, with trying to pull that data. They were prompted by the question of what building do you want to stay? And then, like I said, there was organic. Other folks added in their tidbits. And I don't see how you can determine quality data when there wasn't that prompting question.
Well, what frequently comes out in my experience, and those are great comments, and I cannot disagree with you. I don't want to, but those are great comments. What my experience with it ends up happening is that, as a planner, you begin to hear the things that seem to resonate, and people are like, okay, I'm letting that go because that sounds fine with me. But anyway, when you spend 3-4 days like this, and then having people on the team, as well as everyone on the city staff who is also directing and saying, my neighbors are saying this, or whatever, we hear from a lot of people, including you guys. There's a lot of inputs that we're facilitating. So when I'm looking for consensus on things, and so consensus may not happen in a single meeting or the 2 meetings that you attended, or that may not be what we defined as consensus. But if we put something out there and said, we're building a new big box tomorrow, that would have triggered some consensus about, I don't think so. But so we're just looking for things that, that resonate with people, but also that are achieving public policy goals. We all know that affordable housing is a public policy goal, and we're not going to hear that otherwise in any of these meetings. We all know that the arts complex is an important piece, and affordable arts base is an important piece of the future Midtown. That's uncontestable. So we're looking for the uncontestable things as we do this early planning. It's the fine tuning along the way that we will do, particularly the September workshops as well. The last thing I'll say is also on that existing buildings thing. That's why I presented the existing buildings presentation. I don't remember what month that was, in the early spring. And that has been sort of, I actually have that slide in a lot of my presentations to you, so that people begin to see, oh, these are the buildings that are going to be preserved, so that we can begin mind mapping people's understanding of, there are a series of important buildings that we have a commitment to preserving in some way.
Okay, well, I definitely would like to, if you have the data tallied somehow, to determine what, the overall, because you gave kind of, these are what floated up. What was the overall data? What was collected during those 2 days? Because I'll agree with you. Fogelson was very much came up on point, but the barracks were also, I would say, right there. folks wanted to really look at preserving those, given that that was one of the original purposes of the site and whatnot. And I didn't hear that mentioned tonight. And so I'd like to understand what was kind of covered in maybe the other two sessions that I was not able to attend to. While I was there, and I think it was with Michael I spoke with, she had mentioned about working with community groups to conduct additional outreach to try to engage folks that didn't participate in digitalized sessions, and really looking at targeted areas in regards to like neighborhoods that are surrounding Midtown, because I'm a lot of folks that live in those neighborhoods, they can't take off in the middle of the day to attend these type of sessions. And so with that, I didn't see that as part of your update in regards to where are we at with those type of engagements? Where are we when is the outreach going to begin? Because I think this is the perfect avenue to keep the community informed that there's going to be these upcoming sessions, that if you weren't a part of this, you don't have to wait till September to be a part of something that takes place in the Hopewell Men neighborhood or the Bellama neighborhood or the Santa Fe High area neighborhood, those neighborhoods that are directly butting up against the campus. So any update on that, Daniel?
Yeah, on an actual deliverable, and I'll just make one final comment, but on an actual deliverable, we are getting the calendar of events within the next 2 weeks. They're planning on sort of a series of them in September, October. And so I'll be able to provide that as an update at the next governing body session at the end of the month. In fact, I'll just remind them that I need it before then so I could put it in the presentation. The other one is there was all sorts of meetings, formal and informal, that happened over the series of those days, just like you go to a conference and you end up probably finding the best information in the hallway than in the meeting. And a lot of that happened. So a lot of people came up to us and said, I want to do something in my neighborhood. Many of them were actually some of our translating team that live in Hopewell and or in the South Side. And so we heard from a lot of people say, like, tell me how I can participate outside of being this translator. So that's where these ideas about different thresholds of participation. So this idea that we could, give them a planning package that they can have, with their friends, so that we can, again, you do it in someone's living room or their community center, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a big hoopla that we are committed to doing as well, but that it can be these much more informal things that people can get it back to us. So, yeah.
Okay. Oh, so thank you so much. I look forward to that update. And I guess just to follow up to that is, when are we planning on doing the engagement sessions that are counselor led? Because I think that's something we had talked about. That was scheduled for October, in the neck deep where folks might be busy with other commitments. And
I know you didn't.
Well, my major concern is then that puts us in a very, or at least me, in a very tough space to vote on anything in October. I think there's way too much work ahead of us between now and the next October is roughly 2 months away. And I think there's just the engagement that was at least told to us and what I'm hearing, it's going to be hard to accomplish in the next 2 months. And I think we really need to, as I mentioned in the past, we really need to look at that date, and we don't need to be so concrete about that. There's nothing that prohibits us from putting it to November should we need to engage more folks, whatever. Last thing, I apologize to my colleagues, but last thing, September workshops, you said Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Brings up very much deep concern that we're doing it right in the middle of the week. We're not going to be able to engage folks that are able to, that should be able to participate, dependent on when we have it that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If they're in the middle of the day, we're not going to get people to show up, unfortunately. And I think this is where we need to work around the community schedule, not on our schedule. We need to provide the resources that brings the community to the table, resources such as childcare. I had a conversation with somebody when I was at your meetings about the engagement that took place with that Chainbreaker conducted on a Saturday. I mean, there was easily over 100 people, if not 200 people that attended that session. And it was because they provided those things like lunch and like childcare that allowed for community members to participate. And I think those are the things we really need to look at when we want actual engagement. And sorry, I should say actual engagement, when we want to engage more folks, when we want to bring more people to the table. So with that, again, thank you, Daniel. I really appreciate it. Good luck with all the work ahead of you. And please let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett, and then Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Daniel, for being here and for your presentation. I think I did have some similar questions about DPAC and the coordination with the work that they're doing and getting that schedule. I was actually hoping, would we be able to get them here when you do have that calendar of events? Can we have them come as well? Because I would be really interested to hear how that process is unraveling. And again, I think that kind of to your point, really making sure that we are providing a lot of different types of opportunities. And I feel like I'm only getting half of the picture here because we're not seeing that DPAC work. So I think that would be really helpful for me to see both these listening sessions that you all are heading up, as well as where DPAC is kind of folding in, and it'll give me and the rest of the governing body kind of a better picture, as well as having that calendar events will be really helpful for the public to see. So I would appreciate that. I'm also curious, I know, so the listening sessions, again, I did sit in on a few of them on Wednesday. I was not able to attend any of them on Thursday, and kind of, the same concerns of location, being convention center, being during the day, being downtown. But I do know that you also did, I believe, an event Wednesday or Thursday night on site. And I was curious what the turnout and demographics look like for that event.
I don't have a complete answer. I know that what DPAC did do was identify, they did some demographic work at all the days and that evening. Let me get that to you guys. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, that would be wonderful to get a little bit more information, because I was not able to attend that one. I believe it was Wednesday night, and I believe we had quality of life. So we definitely were not there, or at least 5 of us definitely were not. A couple things that came up that really, and I know that you and I had a discussion offline about the City Hall piece, and I think it is a really interesting idea, and I look forward to kind of delving a little bit more into this, of a City Hall that's reimagined, that really is a City Hall that's a community center. And I know that when we talked about initially, what do you think about City Hall on Midtown? I was kind of like lukewarm on the subject. I see a lot of the benefits there in terms of the geographic location. But then we kind of started talking about, what does a 21st century City Hall look like? And what are the things that, if we were actually going to design a City Hall, or we were going to create one from kind of scratch, there's buildings there, but what are the things that we would want to really bring the community in? And I think that it's just such a fascinating idea, and I'm really looking forward to exploring that a little bit more. And one thing that I have brought up before, that Councilor Garcia just mentioned, is childcare, and the ability to, and I've talked about this, well, before we were virtual, of childcare during city meetings. And when you actually start to talk about the nuts and bolts of that at City Hall, I'm not really sure that there's a room I'd want my 3-year-old in. I don't even want him in my office, to be honest. He'll get into tons of trouble. And so as we think about those pieces, I think that'll be a really interesting component to explore. I saw that childcare centers were mentioned. This is a topic that I have actually recently been doing a lot of work on, talking to a lot of different partners and individuals at different levels of government. And it is such an incredible need in our community. And so I was really happy to see that that is something that is part of these early conversations, and really thinking about what are the community needs. So I look forward to hearing more about how those things develop. I already asked how the planning sessions correspond with DPAC's work. And I think that the collection of all the data of both the listening sessions and the different things at DPAC. I would really like to hear that fleshed out a little bit more. How do all these pieces, especially because from my understanding of what DPAC's going to do, it's going to be kind of a variety of events. And so I'm just really would like to hear that plan of how do we take all of these different types of engagement and roll them in, especially since, you know, you mentioned some things that there's pretty much general consensus on, but I know what was really interesting in the listening session is in one session I was in and people were saying, we don't need any more art galleries. And there was kind of like this consensus around the group. And they said, yeah, we have enough art galleries in the city. We don't need any more. Let's not put that at Midtown. The very next group, there was a number of individuals. We need art galleries on Midtown. We really need more art in the middle of the city. And I was like, oh my goodness. So, I mean, the exact same conversation, completely opposite responses, and definitely some group think that happened in both of those situations where just everybody kind of jumped on the bandwagon and agreed, yeah, definitely art, definitely not or art galleries, traditional galleries. So I think it'll be interesting to hear how you guys are gonna use these kind of different forums to help create some of these recommendations that eventually come to us. I don't know if you have a response to that now.
The only thing I would say is, you know, the interesting, I love that you said that, because the interesting part about the planning process is it's not so data driven as people would think. I mean, there's a lot of aspirational things that people want to see in a place, and oftentimes it doesn't become either or, but it becomes, let's allow the things to unfold within these parameters. So galleries, well, would you hate if it's a community arts organization showing art that the local craftsman did? Is that, or are you complaining about a different type of art gallery that you think it happens too much in other places of the city? So, it becomes, you don't necessarily focus the planning process on those kind of nuanced kinds of stuff, but you do focus it on the parameters around, the goals. And so we do know that community arts and culture is an important piece. The way that they get expressed, rather than being so dictated, you allow the things and the community organizations that are going to be doing these kinds of projects to push them forward. But it's never clean. It's never, 50% said this and 50% said that. It's because oftentimes they're, it's not completely informed. So like they say no to a city hall, but is it the city hall that you know, or is it a city hall that we maybe call government and community services? Different kind of place. And it's not dead at night. So, what are you saying no to? So anyway, those are the kinds of things we begin to extrapolate through the planning process as well. But it's not a data-driven process. I wish it were more so.
Right. Yeah, that does make I can see the challenge there, that it really does seem to be more of a conversational, iterative process. And how do we, again, how do we make sure that we get a variety of voices?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And how do we, some voices are going to be louder, and it's not necessarily kind of a numbers game. And I do think that there probably is a lot of this policy piece that comes into play of, it might be the same mix, but kind of the policy implications and the policies that we then put into place inform what that mix becomes in reality. So it might be like art, housing, and business. And art, housing, and business can look very different depending on some of the components that we look at in terms of equity and access and things like that. So I understand the challenges there. And so I definitely will be interested to, as we continue to explore it. Sorry, go ahead. Did you have something?
No.
Okay. A metropolitan redevelopment area, and this has been mentioned multiple times kind of throughout the presentations. And I believe is this part of the financing discussion?
It will be. It'll be more
okay.
That. Yeah, it provides certain incentives for development, and it's a state legal ordinance that allows cities to adopt them. And the cities those areas have to have certain characteristics around redevelopment characteristics. And so part of the analysis process will be assembling that is data driven. And it'll be assembling data to show that this could potentially be a metropolitan redevelopment area, and the incentives can apply to this area. So yeah.
And then when are we going to be able to have, because I know this because we talk about this and it'll be like, oh, it'll be further explained in that financing discussion. Do we know when that's going to actually pop up? Initially, we had talked about July. I know that it has been pushed back. And I'm curious when we're going to start to explore that piece.
How about if I give you an answer to that also in 2 weeks? I wrote a series of emails back and forth with legal team, since Rich wasn't there, but also with strategic economics to sort of like, what does this schedule look like and the deliverable date? So I'll be able to be more clear about that in a couple of weeks when I come back.
Okay, wonderful. That'd be great. And then you mentioned, kind of the September listening sessions. And as we were in our previous conversation a little bit earlier ago about how unpredictable COVID is, I think another important thing to be looking at is September should still be nice weather-wise, and taking advantage of that and potentially outdoor spaces. Right now, we are still in a zone that outdoor, and I imagine we'll still be there. Well, actually, I'm never mind. I'm not making any predictions on COVID, but it's very possible that we will still be in a place where outdoor spaces might be more acceptable for gathering than indoor spaces. And so I would really encourage you to look at those outdoor spaces. Because I do think if we can safely do in person, there is a lot of value in person. As you just mentioned, some of those side conversations that happen, those don't happen virtually. And so maybe taking a look at some potential for outdoor. And then in terms of scheduling, I think another thing to think about is also we have a lot of people who work who don't work 9 to 5s, who work in the tourism industry, and so or in the service industry. And so I think just kind of thinking about the different schedules that we frequently see in the city of Santa Fe, and we often talk about how if we do things in evenings and weekends, that's also good. But I don't know how we might reach people who actually might be more available during the day, because if they are working, the night shifts at restaurants, they actually might have some availability during the weekday, and we still are not reaching that population. It seems though we're mostly getting retired individuals. And so I am not sure how we might continue to reach out to people who might be working non-traditional work schedule, and so actually might be available during some of those daytime weekday hours. So I don't know how we might explore that a little bit more, but I think that that's also important, that there could be individuals that are available during that time and somehow we're still not reaching them, and what those barriers might be, if it's location, if it's communication, if it's transportation, childcare, as Councilor Garcia mentioned. I really think that we need to be exploring those as well, to bring out those voices. So I think those are all my comments for now. Thank you again so much for being here for the presentation.
And thank you for making them, because again, part of this whole process of engagement is confirmation on things that we're thinking about. So when I hear stuff like this, like absolutely yes. And I think a major theme that has come out of the July sessions is take it to the people versus expecting them to come to you. So we're trying to think of every avenue that we can do as well, so to do that rather than thinking that they're going to come to us. So anyway.
Wonderful. Good. I'm very happy to hear that. Let's definitely keep exploring that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the presentation, there isn't necessarily new information. Much of what had been talked about in the past, even through past council members and past administrations about, Fogelson Library, definitely affordable housing. We actually had conversations about potentially using this space for city government. And then of course the film piece. So all of that, I think if it was reaffirmed, that's great. These are kind of low hanging fruit kind of topics. And I think that's good. And I'll be less, positive about the community outreach. I thought it was not well run, and mostly because the listening sessions did not follow the plan. We changed the times. We said that the location at Convention Center parking, the parking was going to be free. There was a problem with that and people didn't get to park for free and there was miscommunication. We changed, we eliminated one day, or we halved one day. I think there was a Tuesday, it was eliminated when you first presented to us. All that being said, I think the frustrating part for me is we are not utilizing DPAC, and they are the folks that we hired to do this work. I do not want to see Opticos running our community engagement process. That is not their expertise. They're good at urban design. They've been helping us with the economic modeling. They're not experts in facilitation with community engagement. And I didn't get to go to any of those sessions because I had to work, which is a good example of somebody that has to work that can't go to community engagement sessions. And then we had our committee meeting on that Wednesday, but I did talk to constituents that attended those and they didn't think that it was helpful at all. The Opticos did not, they're not the right people to lead a process like this. So to me, it became kind of a horse and pony show. And I hate to say that because it was a lot of time from our staff. I think that Wednesday night, we had more staff there than community members. And I appreciate our staff's expertise to be able to answer questions. It's just that, again, I hear about Opticos leading this, and we were never told that Opticos was going to lead the community listening sessions. It was always the impression that the DPAC team and even their community partners were going to be part of that process. So what changed in that? I mean, that was not Opticos' role. That was not their role. They were never mentioned as the people to lead that. And DPAC has been kind of our lead group who are working with community partners. And so I don't understand why that didn't happen.
Which part? I'm sorry.
Why did Opticos lead the community engagement process?
Well, actually, their scope of work was to help create the plan through a public engagement process. The facilitation was not really defined between Opticos and DPAC. The DPAC's role was to create a process. The facilitation was never really defined because the facilitation could happen with one of the Midtown engagement partner. It could happen with a group that we give a stipend to. It could happen through different entities, but it was never really, said you are the only ones that can do facilitation. It was DPAC creates a plan, a public engagement plan, and each session may be managed by and/or facilitated by different people. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I don't know if we ever, yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that wasn't, I think you should have disclosed that Opticos was going to be part of that. I just don't think that they're the right people to do that. They have other expertise and we should utilize them for that. And DPAC and their partners with community organizations is where I thought we were heading. And so to me, that was the listening sessions were somewhat of a waste of time for some people because it wasn't necessarily representative of the people we're still not hearing from. And so all the things that my colleagues said about doing something different, yes, we can do that, but we have to realize no one's going to come to us to say, oh, there's this engagement meeting at the community convention center. I'm going to go. Not many people would do that. We need to utilize existing partnerships. They have their network. We can utilize their network, and that's when people will actually come. I just don't think the way we set it up, and I heard from DPAC folks that they wouldn't have set it up this way. So confusing to me. It feels like a waste of time to do it that way. So I want us to do it differently in September. I don't want the kind of same setup. This is the kind of planning. I went to planning school. They used to do this kind of planning, community engagement back in the 70s. It didn't work then and it still doesn't work now. I just feel like we need to utilize community partnerships that we've already spent time trying to connect with these, I forgot what the grants were, to be able to support that kind of partnership and connection. and utilizing already existing events. I've already said that a million times. When we have people that are going to a place that are already going to be there, we should piggyback on those events, because then we have an audience that weren't necessarily there to hear about Midtown, but maybe they actually have some input and things to say. I just really don't like how this is structured. I want to know how, if we're going to keep trying to stay on the same track, our scheduling, which I don't think we will. Also based on staff, the fact that we don't have Director Brown with us right now, and I don't know how that's going to affect our scheduling, but I want to understand how that Voices at Midtown series is going to actually be incorporated in the upcoming planning sessions.
Okay.
So I don't know if you have any information now. I know
It sounds
that
like there's an invitation to DPAC in a couple of weeks, and so we'll be happy to do that, and we'll try to answer. We'll try to structure it so that we're answering some of the questions we heard tonight, which are all really important.
I just think we're missing opportunities, and then there's time constraints that I don't know. I'm just frustrated with that. And I like what we're saying here. I mean, I like when I look at the information you presented to us, yeah, those things I think are important. We've been talking about them. Those are good. I'm glad we're moving forward with them on some level. It's just that I don't want us to do things just to go through the motions. And it felt like we just went through the motions for the listening sessions. And I don't like when things change. When we're given information about the times they're going to be held, the days. And I wasn't thrilled about those times, but I felt like, okay, DPAC has a plan. They're going to be working with community organizations, and it didn't happen. And I'm like, Opticos, why is Opticos out there? Constituents told me Opticos didn't even know, they couldn't even answer questions. So I was just like, forget it. Frustrating. So I don't want to see Opticos working in that capacity anymore. We've tried that. We even tried that, I think, in 2018. And I just feel like there's a reason why we had DPAC. If there's something going on, I'd like to know more about it, but I just, there was a plan, and I feel like we veered from it, and there was time wasted in that process. So I will get off my soapbox. You know how I feel, Daniel, about this. I've been talking about this since 2018, and so I will yield the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vihil Coppler.
Thank you. I want to state that I give very much weight to the comments that fellow Councillor Renee Villarreal just said about engagement. I'm not sure why things occurred that way. It just didn't. It seems to me like we're being more reactive than proactive. We've learned a lot from engagement, and we've been at this, for some time, and we had problems back then. And so I believe that we need to take the time to consider everyone. I feel like we are on a bit of a fast train, almost going nowhere. And I realize we're paying for this center on a monthly basis, but it's a very big part of our community, and I think we need to configure every angle and be sure we're addressing it properly to include everyone in our city and not leave anybody out. And I just hope that we can reschedule some of these sessions so that we are more inclusive. And I'm disappointed, because that was going to be my question originally. And that was, what were the demographics of people who came to these sessions? Last time, back in the day when we did this, we learned that we hardly had any representation from our Hispanic lower income community. And so we regrouped, and at Councillor Villarreal's urging, who gave some excellent ideas about how to advertise these sessions, I think we got a little bit better representation of the color of our city. And I really want that to happen now. So I really don't know, since it seems to me like that would be information that would be loaded onto PrimeGov to tell us who were the people that came, what was their background, who are we reaching? And I don't believe tonight we really know that, except for the information relayed to us by Councilor Garcia, since he attended. He had some idea of who attended, but that's not based on any research except eyeball research. So I want to see demographic information loaded where it's available, where we have sessions that involve the public. I want to see it on our documentation here on PrimeGov. It seems that this is something that we should have. With regard to our PrimeGov documents, as you know, Daniel, we did have you present this at 11 o'clock today to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So we had the presentation you just gave. It was on our documents. We had two attachments loaded to PrimeGov for our economic development meeting. And unless I'm missing something, we don't have your presentation that you just screen shared on our documents for governing body. I don't see it where we had it at 11 today. So I don't know what's wrong with the attachments, but if the public is only looking at what we have here today, they're not seeing your presentation other than screen sharing. So I think it's important to double check that the attachments that we share on this project, it is a big project, and that we have all of the information at hand, not just for us, but for the public. At the Economic Development Advisory Committee, the panel asked, and I'll ask it here for the benefit of the public and others, what is happening with acquiring the adjacent parcels that may not even be adjacent, but maybe some are smack dab in the middle of the Midtown campus?
I don't have an update on that this evening. I know that the legal department and Rich have been working on it. It's also one of those things that when we get the new Midtown administrator on board, will be one of their priorities as well.
So you might refresh my memory. I had thought that we had heard some time ago that the state wasn't interested in exchanging, even for equalizing the financial monetary value, because they had plans for those pieces of land. Is that right?
I'm not the person to ask. I don't know, but I'll try to find some answers for you. I mean, I know that there are people who have the answers, and I'll get them for you.
Okay.
I think I'm working on.
Unless something's changed from back then, we need to plan around this, because, and I want to hear more about that. How are we going to plan around those parcels? Because we really will have to start doing that.
Yeah, and there's nothing unusual about having properties within a district that you're planning, a master planning, that are not in your control. It happens all the time. So you plan for them and or around them to allow the flexibility. So the best plans are ones that allow for flexibility into the future, particularly when you don't have site control about certain sites. But we do know that there's interest from the state and from the federal government on the properties. And unfortunately, I just can't give an update because they're not the pieces I'm working on.
Okay, then the other thing I haven't heard much of is what do you hear about the future of the Driscoll Center?
That area is, a lot of the Driscoll Center is often subleased through a license agreement to production companies. And that portion of the site is site area that we're looking at for the expansion of Garson Studios.
So if I'm wrong, I may be wrong, but isn't that the one that has the swimming pool in it? And
Driscoll Fitness Center, basketball court.
There's a swimming pool in there, isn't there? I think it froze one time. Councilor Lindell, can you answer that?
I've never seen it.
I believe there is a swimming pool in there.
Yes, I thought so, because it did freeze. So that would be another thing I would like to know. What are the sentiments of what people are saying about what could be done with that center? Because it's, if it's salvageable, it could be another recreational offering that we can have for our youth. And if there's anything centered around Midtown that we want to encourage youthful activities and such, that might be something pretty cool. We do rent it out to some of the swim teams. And, I think it would be good to encourage that because we are pretty low on swimming pools. So that's my input, since I didn't have to stand in line and go to the engagement and couldn't. So I apologize for that. Those are my questions. And so, one more point. Councilor Villarreal said, it feels like we're going nowhere. I know we're going somewhere, just don't know where. But these charts and these things that we see all the time, and I know I said I want to see them attached, but they do look rather the same. They do look like we're regurgitating the data and the charts and everything that we saw before. So maybe it's time to say, here's the other part of the detail. Here's some other stuff that's, maybe on the perimeter that we don't discuss very often. But when we get down to the nitty gritty, like the Driscoll Center, that's just an example, other things that campus has to offer. Those are the things that I want to know. What's going to happen? What is the sentiment? And that's what I want to hear from public engagement. What do people think about those things? And has anybody really seen them? And, one of the things that I'm very interested in seeing, and I know it probably is too early, but I was over there week before last, and I felt like I was in a mouse's maze, you get in there and you're kind of stuck and there's no rhyme or reason to how the traffic flows. So I kind of want to see a diagram about, even just getting around in there. It's very odd. It's a very odd configuration. So I also want to know about the tennis courts. What is going to happen with the tennis courts? Are we going to just demolish them? Is that the idea? I know they cost a lot to redo, but if we're thinking about any recreational offerings, these are the kind of little details that interest me. The barracks interest me. I taught public administration for UNM in those barracks at one time. So, those people who grew up here definitely want to know what's happening to their campus. So those are the things that I would like to know about.
Sure. Okay, I took some notes. I did text Sam while you were asking about the swimming pool. There is not a swimming pool at Driscoll. He said there may have been one, but not that he's aware of. So there's no swimming pool there. I just want another fact to clarify. We did not change the dates or the times of the July sessions. The session that was before, we called it a listening session because we met with various city staff directors. And it was just as important as meeting with the public as well, because they brought not only their own knowledge about the public issues that their offices face, but actually some of the technical realities of the site. So we did meet on Tuesday, then Wednesday started the public session. So the agenda did not change, the times and the days did not change at all. But regarding the demographics, I will have DPAC present that because I know that they did that survey work on the days there. So I'll have them present in a couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. So my next investigative journey is to find out if there's a swimming pool over there or not, because I could have sworn there's a swimming pool there. So,
I said, are you sure? He said, nope, maybe in the past, but not now. So.
Okay. Well, I sure will find out soon. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor. And clarify one thing. I was puzzled when you said that Daniel's presentation isn't in our packet, but I just opened it. The slide deck with all of the things he walked us through. There's a memo up above it, and you may not have scrolled all the way down past the memo to reach the slides that we just watched Daniel present on the shared screen. So maybe it may not be immediately obvious, but it is below that memo.
Mayor, I've signed on to PrimeGov twice tonight, and mine only shows one item.
Okay.
But okay, that's okay. I already saw it at 11 o'clock today.
Fair enough. The public should know if you're trying to access it, it is, I believe it is there because I'm looking at it right now. Councilor Lindell, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mayor. It is there, Counselor Vehil Coppler, there's one item, but if you go clear through it, it's toward the end of it. I just want to make a couple of comments on this. I went to one of the sessions. I have no idea why we can never have a satisfying community process. We did this in 2018. It wasn't satisfying. We're doing it now. It's not satisfying. I am not going to vote to continue to do this again and again. DPAC was hired to do this. It appeared to me that they turned it over to someone else. I have no idea why. I haven't seen any report of any information that was collected. And one of the questions I have very specifically is in our packet tonight, page 10 of 15, but it's page 7 of the slide deck. It's projects moving forward. Who put those projects together? And for example, number 5, rehabilitate and reuse visual arts complex to create a community arts center and cultural hub. Did the governing body ever talk about that? Who made that as one of our projects moving forward? How have we determined each one of these projects? I'm concerned that this project is moving along on its own, really, without very much input from us. And that concerns me. And as always, it concerns me when we talk about, well, we'll just take more time with this. And yeah, everybody wants to get it right. But we've been 2 years, 3 years in our satisfying a community process. And we don't get the people in the room that we want to have in the room. I don't know if we have people in the room that we don't want to have in the room, but you can't make people show up if they don't want to show up or they aren't motivated to show up. And yeah, there's circumstantial things with it, but there were a lot of different time frames, and there always have been. So we can keep doing this, but everybody's frustrated with where we're going with it, and it continues to cost us vast amounts of money. So I guess the only real question that I'm asking is on projects moving forward, are these projects that a committee outside of the governing body identified? If these were specific votes or directions given by the governing body, maybe I was absent. So I don't know, Daniel, if you can speak to this. If you're not comfortable speaking to it, we can wait and get an answer on it. But I'm concerned that this is feels a little bit like it's turning into the tail wagging the dog.
The only thing I can say, which I said a little earlier, is that these projects were the projects that there's just been a lot of consensus on, and versus the vision stage where we did talk a lot about them. This is the planning stage. We have to figure out how to implement them. And this, like I think Councillor Villarreal said earlier, that this was the low-hanging fruit. Again, everyone recognized them for years as the low-hanging fruit, but it's like it's been talk. So now let's make these projects move forward so that they come to fruition. We're no longer in the visioning, we're no longer in the talking, we're no longer in just waiting for new ideas to come. These are ideas that have some grounding to them. We know that the market would be responsive to them because we've talked about them a lot. In previous presentations, they've been the highlight of how we're going to reuse some of the existing buildings, absolutely focused on library, absolutely arts complex. We know that these buildings have some mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural issues to deal with. So we got to start dealing with them in order to get them back in the marketplace. But we can talk about that, but without doing something to get them in the marketplace, it'll just be talk. So what I'm describing here is the low-hanging fruit and moving them forward assertively and affirmatively. But yes, so the governing, all of this will be packaged. So what I'm doing right now is telling you what we are working assertively on, affirmatively on, so that when we come to you in October with a development plan and the land use plan and conceptual framework, these will be included in that so that you'll see it as a package of things that you want to move forward so that you can say, we agree, we're directing staff to move forward with this development framework. And we want to see a development plan and a land use zoning application submitted to land use at the first quarter of 2022. So that's what the ordinance, or that's what the resolution in October will be. So you will be voting on these. And what I'm letting you know now is rather than just telling you October, like, guess what we've been working on? Vote yes. We want to tell you now that this is what we're working on so that when we come to you, you will see it as a complete package and it won't be a surprise.
Well, I appreciate it that that's going to come to us, because when you said there's been a lot of consensus on this, I don't think there's been a lot of consensus from this body on this at all. We can't seem to get consensus on how to do our community process. I do think that DPAC needs to be here. I think they need to probably be at all of these meetings. And I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, just one point of fact, you know, the slide number 2, the 9 action items that Rich did and submitted to you in a memo form on March 25th, actually has all these 5 items in there. And so it's not new information, it's stuff that we've been repeating since March. And now we're telling you that these are the things that are sort of surfacing as the stuff we want to move forward affirmatively for resolution in October. So anyway, just want to
But on that point, Mr. Mayor, those are 9 action items that we have not voted to approve.
That's right.
Duly noted. I think we'll get Mr. Brown hopefully back on his feet and we'll go over this at an appropriate time. We've got a lot of hands up. Some people haven't spoken once. Some people want to speak again. Councilor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Daniel, a question I have is, at any point, did we do any, or have we done any polling where we have actually gone out and called people or knocked on doors or?
No, not that I know of. Not that I know of.
Okay, because one good thing about that is you can define what you want, who you want, where you want the request from, and they don't stop and they don't get paid until they meet those benchmarks. So that might be something that we may want to add to this community engagement element, because again, you can say, we want this age group, this amount of responses in this age group, this demographic, this whatever. And like I said, they keep going until they get those responses, whether it's phone calls, whether it's door knocks, whether it's, and so that might be, because I agree with everything that's being said, but I mean, we're in the middle of COVID. We're going into maybe a Delta variant. We can have meetings at night, on weekends, during the week, who knows what the next hot topic is going to be. We had street lights the last few months. So we might just be in a situation where the public, when it comes to Midtown, is kind of like, that's not really a priority right now for me to go to meetings. I'm trying to deal with other things. Plus there's back to school. So maybe that's an element that we ought to consider. Because like I said, you can define a scope of a poll of what you want and the demographics you want to hit, and they have to hit them, and they'll keep going until they hit them. And so that I guess those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And I think Councilor Rivera, you haven't spoken yet. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And just simply hearing what Councilor Villarreal said and then what Councilor Lindell followed up with. I think I went to one of the meetings and there was less than 10 people there. And I think you know, if we worked with somebody, for example, like Chain Breakers, that could get a room packed with more than 10 people to give us their opinions and give us more interaction. I think that's what we're looking for. And I'd rather do it right than have 5 people, 10 people in the community decide what's going to happen with Midtown. So the more people we can get in there, the better. And then, so I'll just make that comment. And then Daniel, when the day that I was there, we had a couple of interpreters, and I had spoken to them, and they said that they didn't have the option to interpret for anybody in 2 days. So what can we do better to reach those communities that maybe English is a second language?
Well, that's a great question, and I'll bring it to the DPAC team. I just want to remind people, and Renee's Councilor Villarreal is absolutely correct. You know, DPAC is our public engagement team, and so we'll ask those kinds of questions. It'll be great questions for you to ask them when they're present too. And I just want to remind everybody that, you know, when we made the public engagement presentation, it was really fun. It was an engaging process that they proposed, which was, and still drives, it was a co-creation process. So Chainbreaker, SFAI, Little Globe, YouthWorks, EarthCare are all part of their core team. So maybe what we'll try to do is have them all be at the next session so that we hear a little bit about what each of them are doing and bringing to the table in the public engagement process. So I really appreciate the questions from Councilperson Abeda and yours, Councilperson Abeda, coming also.
All right, I look forward to the process continuing, and I hope we can engage with just more people in general. I think that's what it's going to take. So, and then again, like I said, more people where English is a second language, and dealing with groups like Chain Breakers or maybe Somos en Pueblo Unido, who has a working relationship with groups, English as a second language may help. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, is your hand back up?
No, sir. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. That was an old hand.
Okay, don't want to skip you if it's up. We have Councilor Vihil-Coppler and Councilwoman Villarreal back with their hands up. So with that, I'll go to Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
Thank you. I just wanted to express concern for the similar sentiments expressed by Councilor Lindell about whether or not we voted on any of these things. And I would like to go back to a point in time and remind the council that we did not get an opportunity to vote on the decision tree either. And that was the decision that should have been made, I believe, by this council about the options that we had. Those were do nothing. The other was have the city take over. And the third was go back to the other requests for expressions of interest. And we didn't get an opportunity to make those decisions. And so I think we ought to pay more testimony to those who are involved in this Midtown project, that this governing body has policy-making authority. This is one of the biggest policy-making decisions we have before us. And I myself will not stand for being usurped or ignored, or our decision-making responsibilities to our taxpayers being overlooked. And so this is just a message to, sorry, Mr. Hernandez, you're here today, that, that's just not going to happen anymore. And if it does, I'm sure you've heard plenty tonight where, we are paying attention. And this is our responsibility. This is what our residents and taxpayers, constituents expect from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand was up.
Yeah, I took it down because I'm tired.
Okay.
All I'm going to say is to Councilor Abeda's point about door knocking, which is actually what these community groups do well. So we utilize them because they know how to do it right. And they already have a captive audience of community groups that they work with regularly. So instead of reinventing the wheel, having people to come to these meetings, and like Councilor Lindell said, we kept trying this. Well, that's because we keep trying the same kind of structure. Change it up, change it up. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. I think we've reached the end of the hands that are up. I just want to make a comment. I was there Wednesday night at that meeting where the site was used as a community engagement opportunity. There was food. People appreciated the food. It's always good to provide food as a way of recognizing that we want to treat people well and welcome them to a community event where food is shared, and therefore there's a sense of people coming together around a shared feelings and shared experiences. Michael was there, so it wasn't without. Deepak was not present. They were very much in the hall, working the hall, because I was there watching it. There weren't more staff people than there were city residents in the room. That may have been reported, but I was there physically, and I was at the tables with the people who were working on the maps. And no, it's not the be all and end all, but it was a nice kickoff because there was a sense of people sitting down together at tables, eating, talking. It was before the Delta variant hit, but people were still wearing masks. There was Spanish translation present. And it was a very, to borrow a word from Councilor Rivera, it was a very convivial meeting. And people were really enjoying each other. And so we got to remember, I believe it's not just a beetle brow process where there's a painful engagement. It's a community moment where people come together and talk about what they value in our city and what the site can be. And I would encourage everybody, to the extent that schedules permit, to go to those kinds of opening events, because they do provide a window into the different folks who are able to attend. Diversifying, adding to the portfolio is absolutely right. And getting Michael's feedback on what she saw and how she thought it worked would be incredibly useful, because that is their expertise. So a lot of good advice and suggestions and feedback tonight. Much appreciated, Daniel. I know you're taking copious notes, and you'll be working with the team and with all the other folks, including Deepak. And once Rich is back on his feet, we'll debrief with him as well. So thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I know that this can be tough at times, but I really appreciate your comments and taking to heart. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, that completes that information only item. Item 13, matters from the city manager.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the governing body. I just wanted, we covered most of the things we've been working on. I did just really want to acknowledge our HR team. Once again, we've pivoted on COVID. Our team of 4 who have been handling all of our COVID cases, all of the contact tracing, and now all of the elements of the new emergency order have again pivoted on a dime, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. It doesn't mean it's not complicated. It doesn't mean there's not mistakes. We are, as we talked about before, building and flying the airplane at the same time, but without them and their willingness to take risks and answer the tough questions. So I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge Bern and her whole team. And with that, I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. And
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Rivera.
can I make an amendment to adjust the agenda again to move matters from the city attorney to the end of the evening session and continue?
Can I just advise you that there is a person who will be doing the briefing in our executive session, and I don't know what their calendar or evening availability is. It's not just the city attorney, it's her consultant on this matter who will be bringing us up to speed. So we can certainly adjust it, but I would check with the city attorney about the availability of our guest lawyer.
Madam
Mayor
City
Weber.
Attorney.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I have been giving our outside counsel kind of minute-to-minute updates about how many hands are raised and how many speakers we have in the public forum, because I know he was at an event with his family tonight. He's probably done with that by now, I'm guessing. But I was keeping him apprised of when he could join us. So if we could do it, that would be wonderful. I don't think it'll be too long, but it is our outside counsel in the multi-state litigation for the opioid case.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Counselor. With that said, can we, I assume from the city attorney, you would like to get us to this executive session as rapidly as possible, and we'll work through it as rapidly as possible.
Mayor Weber, that is my only item, and there's not an action item afterwards. This is just consulting about a next step in the litigation and getting the governing bodies weighing in on that next step.
Counselor Rivera, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Madam City Attorney, is this item under threatened or pending litigation?
Mayor Weber, Counselor, it is. It's pursuant to Section 1015-1, Part H7 of the Open Meetings Act, and it's the discussion of City of Santa Fe versus Purdue Pharma et al.
Thanks. I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Cassett has seconded Counselor Rivera's motion. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, I can. Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very well. Let's adjourn to the other room. We'll go through this with our outside counsel and move as quickly as we can. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's see. Our city manager, our city attorney, and our city clerk are all present, and our governing body minus Counselor Romero Worth are all present. So Counselor Rivera, can you bring us out of that executive session, please?
Sure. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Cassett has seconded Counselor Rivera's motion. Is there any discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll on that motion?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes, sorry. I don't know if you heard me.
thank you. Councilor Baca,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. We're back in our session, and there are no action items from that executive session. So that takes us to matters from the city clerk. Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilors, I actually don't have anything for this evening, so.
Thank you. Communications from the governing body. We'll just go around the room. Counselor Rivera.
I have nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have too much tonight. I'll just repeat my earlier pleas from before is vaccinate, mask up, wash hands, distance. Unfortunately, again, I know we had a long discussion about this earlier, but I don't think we can underscore enough that we need to keep doing what we can to prevent the surge from getting worse. So stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to give a big shout out to just all the kiddos. They're being resilient. I know that there has been some cases in our public schools, but I think with a lot of these kids not really spending the much of the past 16 months with each other, I've had the opportunity to pick up my daughter from school this week and last week, and I think these kids haven't skipped a beat. So if that's a purpose enough to get vaccinated, let's do it for the kiddos. I do want to follow up on a request that I had put forth last week in regards to getting an update on the audit. I know that our city attorney sent us clarification earlier that we couldn't get a briefing in executive session. And so with that being said, then, I mean, I would then have to request an update be given in regular city council meeting. I believe it's critical that the governing body be updated on what's currently happening with the audit. As I mentioned, when I put forth this request over a month ago, that when the state auditor sends us the letters when we haven't turned in our audit on time, they get sent to us as well, and we have to verify that we've received it, and we're going to be held just as accountable. And I strongly believe that we need to be part of the process every step of the way. So with that, then I'm formally requesting that an agenda item be included during our next governing body meeting for an update on the status of our audit. And I would then like to be able to ask questions after we get the status of the audit. And with that, no further questions, no other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And I will turn to Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have anything other than to echo, please, please, please get vaccinated. Think about it with the kids in school, family members. I also want to just again point out the amount of paving that we've gotten done. I mean, the amount of work that Public Works and that group got done this year is truly amazing. I certainly haven't seen it in the years that I've been on this council. That it's really been terrific, and I'm really grateful to that group. So also played some golf in the Chamber of Commerce tournament. No one has to worry about me going away and getting on the tour. That's not going to happen. But it was a lovely day, and it was really, really fun being out there at our Links de Santa Fe golf course. It was terrific. I appreciate all the work that the crew put in to get that course in really nice shape for the tournament. And everybody had a great time. The place was packed. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to reiterate my earlier comments on the agenda item where I was told it was not appropriate. So I said I would be asking here, and I would like to get an update on the current status of our external audit. And I would like to see that put on next council meeting's agenda, which I believe is August 25th. Mayor, do you have a problem with that? I roll your eyes out of your head.
No, absolutely not. I did not roll my eyes, Councilor.
Okay, well, I would like to know if you can agree to put that on the agenda.
I will take it up with the finance director and city manager for sure.
All right.
But I would never object to your making these suggestions.
Okay, thank you. So the next item I have is for the city clerk. And I understand that the Secretary of State's office is going to have several ballot drop boxes and available to be placed. And I want to know, and I think it would be a great idea to put them on city property. I think the voters would like that. And so I'm wondering, what your plan is for that.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler, Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, we are reviewing the MOU that the county clerk sent over. We actually have a meeting tomorrow to discuss that. She also sent over proposed locations. So we are in support of the Secretary of State's request, and the county clerk has sent over information that we are reviewing.
So can you say what proposed locations those were?
The locations that were provided, one was at the rodeo grounds. There was one near the mailboxes off of Federal Street. And there was another one, I think, near the convention center. I think there was a request for 3 on city property. Oh, excuse me. And also the Southside Library.
Okay.
And those were proposed locations by County Clerk Clark.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think it would be good and to have good access for city residents and voters, I should say.
Yes, it is part of the Secretary of State's initiative to have more drive-up access. So as I mentioned, we are meeting on that tomorrow afternoon, and we did receive a proposed MOU.
Okay, well, I'm in full support of that. Thank you. The next item is I want to give a shout out to Rick Espinosa and his team for cleaning up the Cross of the Martyrs. I think it was another horrible incident that happened to our city. Very unfortunate incident. What I'm wondering, and maybe the city manager can answer this, is I do know that this happened very early in the morning, but the city council didn't get an email until 3:24 that afternoon. And, I think it's important, and this kind of goes along with what I feel, the placement of this governing body should have, and the dignity and decorum of what we are all about and our position in local government. And that is that we should be one of the first to know. I mean, I had already known it because, I saw it on Facebook, I saw it, everywhere else. And then we didn't get an official notice until 3:24 that afternoon. And as many things and many items that happen in city government, I usually find out what's going on in the morning newspaper. I appreciate that we got an email, even though it was several hours late. I wonder, well, anyway, I just feel like we should be probably at the top of the list of who gets addressed and informed when things like this happen. And, I just would like our stature to be elevated to the right position, rightly so position that the charter gives us, the ordinances give us, and I don't always feel that way. So I just want to bring that up, and maybe we can be elevated in the minds of the administration as far as communication. But again, big thanks to Rick Espinosa and his crew, and I'm hoping that City Manager, you can pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that brings us to Councilwoman Villarreal. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything other than I've asked numerous times about just having us get an update on how we plan to roll out the ARPA funds. And I still haven't heard back from anybody. And so I'd like to know if there's a pause happening, that's fine. Just let us know. If there's a plan, please let us know. And then how there'll be either partners that we work with, nonprofit partners, or other outreach that we plan to do, because I think that's important. So I don't know if the city manager has any information for us about that at this time.
Yeah, thank you. So as we've discussed, we have gone through a process to utilize this money as revenue replacement. So we are awaiting additional guidance from Treasury on what the rules are going to be. So this is actually going to move through the Finance Committee. So the next update, once we have guidance from Treasury, we'll go through Finance to level set on how we can use this money, what it can be used for, and all of the next step of guidance. So we're hopeful that will be, well, it's already August 11th, so hopeful by the end of the month. But we are awaiting federal guidance from Treasury around this money. And that is similar to updates we've given throughout the month of July. So I understand the frustration, but that's where we are. So that's what I can share with you.
So you said the majority of it would be used for revenue replacement?
So it's a complex subject and I don't want to use the wrong words. The whole thing we are utilizing as revenue replacement, which then puts it in a different category with different rules from Treasury. So we have to, as we get those, we have to reorient as to what that money is. Because again, as we remember, it's 3-year money, what it can be used for. So it needs to move through the Finance Committee, the finance process, and I don't want to use the wrong words right now about what any of it. So that's why it's gonna we have to wait for these Treasury guidelines, and then we can provide more information.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councillor Abeda.
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna speak last. Councillor Garcia, I see your hand is up, but we're not going to go back around again.
Well, I just want to request that the info not just be sent to the Finance Committee. I think the full governing body is very interested in ARP funds.
Councillor, we're not going to go around again on another a round of matters from communications from the governing body. We can take it up after the meeting tonight. I'm going to address the point that Councillor Vigil-Koppler made, because I think it's very serious. Not whether emails are sent at 3 p.m, but what happened at the Cross of the Martyrs and what it represents. I think we are at a very serious moment, not just because of COVID, but because of the anger and division that is roiling in Santa Fe. It was the 341st anniversary of the Pueblo Revolt, and that's a historical fact, and it needs to be recognized, but you don't recognize it, you don't take it into account by desecrating city and religious monuments and important community symbols. And people did that. They were cowardly, they were vandals, and the police are looking into it and will do their very best to see what can be done to discover who did it. But what didn't make the newspaper was that in a response to that vandalism, someone else vandalized a porta potty, which seems trivial, but that's what they did, and with graffiti announced their support for Don Diego de Vargas. And now we are in a graffiti competition over who can potentially anger the other side more effectively. All it does is to escalate emotions and to produce division, rather than to bring people together around the effort to unite our city and have a civil discussion about history and our future. But it's not just the Native Americans or the Hispanics. And we know that Santa Fe was a site of a camp where Japanese Americans were held. We haven't really addressed that history. We know that there were several developments of residential housing where the covenants, the land covenants in Santa Fe in the 1950s said that African Americans and Asian Americans could not live there. And if they were visiting a friend in those developments, they needed to be out of the neighborhood by sundown. Where I grew up, we called those sundown laws, and they applied to people who were other. They weren't welcome in those neighborhoods. That's not Santa Fe. That's not the division we want to allow to happen here. And so therefore, I really believe it's important for all of our community participants to get behind a civil and constructive dialogue. I think it's critical for everybody on the governing body to step up and denounce all of that kind of graffiti, all of that kind of negativity, all of that divisiveness. It only serves to inflame anger and separate us. And we need cooler heads to prevail. We need leadership to step up and say, none of this is acceptable. It is all unacceptable behavior. It is vandalism. It is stoking anger, and we shouldn't allow it to go unremarked upon. To stay silent in the face of this is to condone it. So please speak out. Please condemn it on anybody's part, and please join in finding a way to unite our city rather than to let anger and division take us apart. So thank you for letting me comment on that. It's directly related to what I think Councilor Vihel-Coppler was noticing, which was the desecration of the Cross of the Martyrs. That is vandalism, and it is unacceptable.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that's a hate crime. And I hope the police are looking into it in that matter. Because if it was any other religious institution across the city.
Counselor, well, I appreciate your wanting to chime in, but we're not going to have an ongoing dialogue when we're dealing with communications from the governing body. That's not to say I disagree with you, but I don't want to see this turn into an open forum. The police are investigating it, and there will be efforts made to identify the vandals. That brings us, I believe, Madam Clerk, to public hearings.
Mayor, that is correct. The next item on our agenda is public. It's 21A, a resolution proclaiming severe or extreme drought conditions exist in the city of Santa Fe, imposing fire restrictions from August 11, 2021 to September 9th, 2021, restricting the sale or use of fireworks within the city of Santa Fe and prohibiting other fire hazard activities. This resolution is sponsored by Councilor Rivera, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, and Councilor Romero Ward.
Thank you. I think we've taken this up previously, so the parameters are well known. Let me first go to the attendees room to see if anybody wishes to speak to this item as a public hearing.
If anybody in the attendee room is interested in speaking on this item, they could please raise their hand.
There is a hand up. Madam Clerk, do you want to recognize that?
Yes, Miss Stephanie Beninato has her hand up. Miss Beninato, you have been unmuted if you would like to speak on this item.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I actually did want to speak from the petitions from the floor about EPA requests and not being fulfilled, but I couldn't get to the speak button. And I did want to speak to this petition, and I'm sorry, but I have now forgotten exactly what I was going to say about it. So I'll come back to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the attendee room who wants to speak to this resolution about severe and extreme drought conditions?
Mayor Weber, that was the only individual with their hand up.
Okay. Back to the governing body. That'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Councilor Lindell moved to approve it, and Councilwoman Villarreal has seconded it. Discussion about this item. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to it from the governing body?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. Just briefly, I know I've had some questions on this regarding the amount of rain we've had in the past month. And even with the rain that we have had, we are still in severe extreme drought conditions. So it's going to take a lot more than what we've been receiving to get us out of that situation. So I just want to let the public know that. Thank you.
Well noted. Thank you. Other comments about this item and the motion on the floor? I don't see any other hands up. Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
Perfect. We'll note that. Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Merrill.
No.
Oh, I apologize. I skipped over that one more time. Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mayor Weber.
Yes.
I apologize. I switched sheets after the evening session, so I do apologize for that, councilors. But I will take us to the next item, which is item B. It's an ordinance amending section 23-6.2 the SFCC 1987 to remove the 6-month minimum lease duration for the sale and consumption of alcohol in city property. This item was a public hearing at the last meeting. It's a public hearing again this evening. And I believe Randy Randall is available for this item. Councilor Lindell and Mayor Weber are the sponsors of this.
Thank you. Before we go to Mr. Randall, well, Randy, why don't you, I apologize. Why don't you give us the overview, and then we'll go to people in the attendee room, and then we'll come back to the governing body for a motion and conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. This was discussed on at the August 2nd, and as the clerk mentioned, it was postponed. There is an amendment to the original ordinance change. The ordinance change is strictly to allow for the service of alcohol on city property for less than a 6-month lease. That is the gist of the change. There were quite a few items that were brought up at the last meeting, all of which were very good. We did meet, and but we were advised by the city attorney that most of those items that related basically to priority usage or conflicts between authorizations or other clarifications that were needed would have to be done in a separate ordinance, and that this ordinance needed to stick to the to what it was called out as, which was just alcohol service changing to less than 6 months. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I would, and Jesse is here too, and he may be able to explain that a little better before the public comments.
Jesse, did you want to augment anything that Mr. Randall just said?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, not at this time, but Randy and I can answer any questions that come up.
Thank you. So let's go to the attendees, Madam Clerk, and see if anybody wishes to speak in the public hearing part of this on this item.
It would help if I unmuted myself first before I gave my spiel. We do have one individual in the waiting room that would like to speak. It's Michelle. And Michelle, I've unmuted you for this item.
I think we have two, Madam.
Yes, Ms. Benanato just raised her hand as well.
Okay, so why don't you each take 2 minutes to speak? In what order are you recognizing them, Madam Clerk?
Michelle is first, and she's already been asked to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. This is Michelle Henry. I'm an attorney. I represent La Boca Restaurant, just catty corner there to City Hall. We wanted to thank everybody for their work on outdoor dining, for wrestling with these issues, for everything that you've done, and let you know that the outdoor dining was really a lifesaver for La Boca and for many of our similarly situated restaurants during COVID. And we really look forward to being able to continue outdoor dining. It's something that we are finding a lot of diners prefer, especially in times like, uncertainty like right now with the Delta variant. So we look forward to making this a more permanent process to working with staff. We appreciate everything Randy Randall has done to work with us, and just really want to encourage your support, because this has been something I think that has been good for the streetscape of the city as we're starting to develop some of these outdoor spaces that are lively, that are really just fun. They're fun. And I know there were a lot of questions at the last hearing. I appreciate everybody who worked to try to get those resolved, especially the city attorney's office. And just really want to urge your support of this ordinance and of continued outdoor dining here in the city. And also want to just commit that, we're going to do everything we can to help work through any issues and be able to report back to you if needed as to, any problems or any concerns that come up. I know that I believe there's an amendment that's going to be looking at, let's take a second look at this in a few years, see how it goes. We're part of the process, and we want to commit to be a partner with the city as all of this is developed. So with that, we urge your support, councilors. Again, many, many thanks to everybody who's been involved, and thanks to you as City Council for just recognizing the importance of restaurants here in the city. With that, again, I urge your support, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Benanato, I have asked you to unmute.
Thank you very much, Stephanie Benanato. I just wonder how short a lease it could be. And I could understand it if it was not on a public street. So we're really talking about public sidewalks and public streets and leases there. And I just, again, wonder how short it would be. I mean, is this to accommodate the weather so that you don't have to use overhead heat lamps and you get to have a shorter time? I thought the city was actually giving away these leases for at least a year. So I think some clarification on sort of that would be helpful to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anybody else in the attendee room?
No, those were the two individuals that were in.
Very good. Coming back to the governing body, I'll entertain a motion if someone would like to make one.
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Councilor Lindell to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I heard Councilwoman Villarreal, and we have a motion on the floor, and I know we have an amendment that is pending. Counselor Beal Coppler, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I just want clarification because the last time we talked about this, there were a lot of issues and I'm not sure I understood what Mr. Randall said, but what I think I heard him say is that this is different than what we talked about last time. And what we talked about last time was the conflict between the use of restaurant space on city streets versus the ordinance allowing the traditional markets that use the plaza, I guess, first dibs on the plaza. So this is not that, right, Mr. Randall?
Mr. Randall, has this changed from our last conversation other than the amendment that's been put into the packet?
The only change to this that I'm aware of is the amendment that was in the packet. Again, Councilor Vihil Coppler, if I wasn't clear, I apologize. The city attorney advised that changes beyond that talked about priority of use or some of the other clarifications that I think everyone agreed with you are important to have done, needs to be done as a separate ordinance change as opposed to being amended to this current ordinance change. I see the city attorney's here and she will probably tell me that that's not what she said, but that's what I heard she say.
Okay, well, let me ask another question. Indian market is upon us. So my question is, and I still think it's related to however I vote on this, is will they get their booth spaces back that the other ordinance, as told to us by the assistant city attorney, Marcos Martinez, that market, especially, namely the one just coming up, has first rights to use the plaza. So what is going to happen? Are the restaurants going to have to relinquish the space and the Indian market get the booths to which they're customarily and have been using for many years, apparently allowed to use?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, it is my understanding that this year the restaurants will remain in place and that but that Councilors Lindell and Garcia are going to work on an additional change to the ordinance and bring it through the committees and council to clarify this so that there's no conflict after this year. But I do know for a fact that the booth spaces have all been assigned based on the restaurants being there, and Barbara Lopez has completed that process.
Well, we did get a letter whereby one group was not very happy about this. And so was that resolved? Because the last discussion and the next, if the amendment to come that you mentioned, not tonight, but the future amendment, there's not time to get that through before the market. So what kind of mediation occurred in between last council meeting and now?
That letter did not, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, the letter did not come to me, and Indian Market has not reached out to me with regard to the content of that letter.
So I guess it stands to reason that they're still going to lose their booth space on Lincoln side of the plaza, at least that I can tell, and perhaps Lincoln all the way, that they're customarily and historically have had a right to use as provided for in the same ordinance that we got advised on by the last assistant city attorney.
Maybe Councilor, Mr. Randall, maybe I can help a little bit. I have spoken on several occasions with Mr. Teagarden, who is the chair of the Indian Market. And at least for this year, as Mr. Randall has said, the circumstances are somewhat different, not even beginning with the question of sidewalk restaurants, but with the Indian market. Due to COVID, they've reduced their number of booths because a number of their traditional artists are very concerned about being at the Indian market. And so they, when I spoke with Mr. Teagarden on, as I say, on several occasions, his response to me was that at this time, for this year, under these circumstances, they don't foresee any serious conflict that would cause them or their artists to be at odds with the current location of the restaurants. As Mr. Randall said, I think going forward, more conversations will have will be able to take place. There'll be more time for the negotiations and efforts to have everybody come out of it feeling pretty good that everybody's interests are being well respected. But my conversations with Mr. Teagarden were very reassuring that in this year's Indian market, they are not feeling a feeling of loss or giving up anything that penalizes them.
And when did you have those conversations?
After the meeting last time, I reached out again. I'd spoken to him previously because I wanted to know how he felt about the shape and the structure and the progress on the Indian market going forward. And then when the issue came up at our last council meeting, I resumed those conversations specifically around this topic.
Well, I just want to say that I'm not in favor of people losing what they customarily have had use of for many years. And I think that's important to preserve that. So I understand what Mr. Randall is proposing tonight. And I asked this question last time, and I guess I'll say it again. With regard to these restaurants being there, the next thing I see is and I hope it doesn't come to us, and that would be when that street is customarily supposed to be open. And so, you know, those planter barriers and such, we have a schedule every year where we open that street up. And so I hope we keep to that schedule. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And regards to Councilor Vihil-Coppler's comments, I think that's what Councilor Lindell and I are working towards, to resolve the conflict, because this is a new business practice that we've adapted to, and it is, as we all acknowledged last meeting, it is in conflict with our current ordinance, and that's where we're working together to figure out the middle ground, the middle solution, and that's what the future amendments will come towards. So be happy to share with you, as long as we're not hitting the quorum mark, what we're currently looking at. But I don't want to get into that since that's not the agenda topic, so to speak. I think your concerns are what we're trying to address in regards to these upcoming ordinance changes. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank everybody that worked on this, and particularly thank you to Councilor Garcia for sitting down and working on this. We were both headed in the same direction, and then we got a little bit derailed because we were kind of mixing up our ordinances with the things we were trying to accomplish. But we've both made a commitment to continue working on this, and I know that we will. And this has been such a lifesaver for restaurants that struggled through the pandemic. And I don't know who said it earlier, that they weren't going to predict where we end up in the very near future. I think it was maybe Councilor Cassett. I don't want to think about us going back into percentage occupancy. These restaurants have been through very, very rough times. This ordinance change offers some opportunity for them to try to get back to where they were and even over time advance themselves. I appreciate the work with the downtown merchants and their cooperation with it. So I think that it's good for the city. I think it's good for small business. Someone sent me a couple of photos during this meeting tonight of people seated at an outdoor downtown restaurant. And it looked like a lot of fun. And it looked like people were having a nice time. And I hope that we can keep this. And I appreciate, like I said, with Councilor Garcia, working on the amendment that we did come up with, and we'll continue to work on the other issues that we've talked about. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor, do you have any interest in moving your amendment?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we pass the attached amendment. It got into the packet a little bit late today, but it is there. It's quite simple. It requests a review of this in 3 years. So I'll make that motion to accept the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Cassett seconded Councilor Lindell's motion. Is there discussion on this amendment? It is as described by Councilor Lindell. It changes the punctuation and then inserts a 3-year review. There's no discussion. Let's call the roll on the amendment.
Councilor Abetha,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes, and thank you, Councilor Lindell, for working with me on this.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion for the amendment has been approved.
So we now have a main motion as amended. Further discussion?
Move to approve as amended.
I think we are, or I think we're there already, but thank you. I would just second what, if there's no other conversation, discussion, or comments, I would second what Councilor Lindell said about the value of finding something creative, constructive, and economically important coming out of that first wave of COVID. I salute our restaurant owners and operators for adapting to very challenging times. And I salute Randy and our other city staff for working through complicated legal issues and coming up with solutions that kept our restaurants alive. We lost some. We've kept so many alive by being adaptable, by being entrepreneurial, and by being innovative. And I really believe we need to continue with that process, and at the same time recognize the really critical role of our iconic festivals. We shouldn't have to have an either or choice. We want both and. And to Councilors Lindell and Garcia for working on it, thank you for ironing out what was a hitch in our get along. Any other questions or comments on the motion as amended? If not, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abetha,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved as
Thank you.
amended.
Thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the next item is consideration of bill number 2021-15. This is adoption of an ordinance. This is an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico subordinate lien gross receipts tax refunding revenue bonds, series 2021, in aggregate principal amount not to exceed $14,700,000 $145,000 for the purpose of refunding, discharging, and paying the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico subordinate lien gross receipts tax refunding revenue bonds. It's series 2010B and maturing on and after June 1st, 2022. 2, it's refunding, discharging, and paying the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico gross receipts tax improvement and refunding revenue bonds, series 2012A, and maturing on and after June 1st, 2022. And 3, paying costs of issuance of the series 2021 bonds, calling for the redemption of the outstanding series 2010B bonds and series 2012A bonds, providing that the bonds will be payable and collectible from certain gross receipts tax revenues distributed to the city, approving the selection of an underwriter in forms of a preliminary official statement and a paying agent, registrar, and depository agent agreement. Delegating authority to the mayor, or in the mayor's absence, the city manager or finance director, to approve the final principal amount, interest rates, and other details of the bonds within the parameters set forth in this authorizing ordinance, and to execute and deliver a bond purchase agreement for the sale of the bonds to the underwriter. Approving for the collection of certain gross receipts tax revenues, approving certain other agreements and documents in connection with the bonds, ratifying action previously taken in connection with the bonds, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewithin and related matters. Brad is available for this item, and I also believe Peter Franklin is on for this.
Okay, thank you. Let's start, Mr. Fletch, with you giving us a overview. Councilor Lindell, is that your clock going off again? Bradley, you want to introduce this item and talk us through why we're doing this and what the implications are, please? And then if Mr. Franklin wants to add, that'd be very welcome. You're muted, Bradley.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. This ordinance will allow the city to refund 2 outstanding bonds, taking advantage of the very low interest rates that we currently have. Refunding these 2 bonds, 2010B, also known as the Rail Yard Infrastructure Bond, and the 2012A, a GRT CIP bond, will save the city roughly $1.3 million net present value. The savings is 8.5% on a net present value basis. This is in compliance with and in ordinance with our debt policy on refunding outstanding bonds. We would like to go to market, sometime in the near future and refund these 2 bonds and start saving money.
Mr. Franklin, is there anything you want to add to the financial change we're making here and the benefits to the city?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, councilors. I only want to apologize to the city clerk for that very lengthy title.
No apology.
We're having to read the very lengthy title.
Oh, thank you, Peter. It's definitely not my kids' bedtime stories, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Helps them get to sleep.
So Bradley, to re-summarize, this is an opportunity. When you say refund, you don't mean we're refunding anything. We are refunding it at a lower rate because to take advantage of the current climate.
That is correct, Mayor. This is like refinancing your house at a lower interest rate, and you're going to save on your interest payments.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anybody in the attendees room who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there is not.
Okay, we'll close the public testimony part of the hearing. Is there a motion from someone on the governing body with regard to this?
Move to approve.
Councilor Lindell has moved to approve it.
Second.
I hear a second from Councilor Cassett. Questions for either Bradley or Peter? Councilor Lindell, your hand is up, but I think that's an old hand. Anybody else with a hand up on this particular item? If not, I will ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Right. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Vijo Koppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
I was watching you and waiting. Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, Peter. Much obliged. Madam Clerk, could you take us to item D on our agenda tonight?
Yes. Item D is public comment and approval of amendment number 2 to the 2019 annual action plan. Ms. Alexandra Ladd, our Director of Office of Affordable Housing, is available for this item.
We will go directly to you, Alexandra, and if you could give us a quick or an overview of what the item is. Apologies for making you wait this long again. Tell us what is in front of us and tell the public who's still listening.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The annual action plan is a plan we put together every year. You all have seen it multiple times. That describes the proposed uses of funds for our CDBG entitlement grant. Anytime that the uses of funds change, we have to do an amendment. This is amendment number 2, and all of you may have noticed that it's to the 2019 action plan, and you might be thinking, but it's 2021, why are we amending that plan? The way HUD works, this is to deploy CARES Act funds. This is the second round of CARES Act funds that we were awarded through our CDBG entitlement grant. The first round was in the amount of approximately $361,000, and we used that round to support the Midtown shelter. This second round is a larger amount, and the proposed use will be to support the ongoing and launch up operations and expenses at the Santa Fe Suites. In a perfect world, we all know we don't live in one of those, but in a perfect world, we would have had these funds come forward hand in hand with the $2 million of CARES Act funds that we used to partially support the purchase of the property. So it would have been one funding action, but we didn't do it that way because there were a lot of other things to do at the time. And HUD was giving us a lot more time than the state did when we had that the CARES Act funds from last summer and early in the fall. So we will amend the public participation agreement that we put in place to monitor the use and require we'll establish a clawback mechanism if the funds aren't used the way they're supposed to. We put that in place for the $2 million. We will amend that public participation agreement to add these funds to that agreement. So the council will be able to review that and have a discussion about some of the specifics at that point in time. Right now, for the sake of the action plan, we don't have to be super specific about how the funds are used, other than to just describe what kind of project they will support and within the allowable uses at that project. So the advantage to not doing this right away is that we've had a few months of the project being in operation, and we see where some of the gaps are. And where some of the gaps are is some of our renters, our higher need renters, are arriving at the property, which is amazing that they're getting housed. But they don't necessarily have all of the support services they need. So there's been a lack of coordination to some degree with the service providers, the system as a whole. So it's not so much an issue with the project. It's more of a systems issue that we are working out. But the funds will allow Santa Fe Suites to make that transition from being on the streets to being fully housed a lot smoother for folks. the majority will be used for that kind of programming, for the case management, for support services, as well as actual staffing at the property. And then even it's also allowable to be used to support some of the rents as well. So it can be flexible. HUD's not super prescriptive that way. And so we're still designing where the best use of the funds will come into play and exactly what that'll look like. But again, you all will have a chance to review that in detail.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, I don't believe we have anybody standing by to testify to this on this public hearing part. Is that correct?
You are correct, Mayor. There are no individuals in the attendee room.
Other than our friend Carl, who is an individual. Let's close the public hearing part, therefore, and come back to the governing body. Can I get a motion on this item, please?
Move to approve.
Councilwoman Villarreal has moved to approve this item.
Second.
I heard Councilor Lindell first, but I appreciate both Councilor Cassett and Garcia. We have a
That was
motion.
me.
I beg your pardon?
That was me, Joanne.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Vihil-Coppler. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there discussion or questions for Ms. Ladd? I don't see any hands going up. With that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Motion has been approved. The agenda has been completed. The meeting is
you.
adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Alex. Sorry to keep you waiting so long.
Thanks,
Meeting is-
everybody.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.